G'day everyone. Another Euro live stream. Good to see a few regulars. It's good. You did. Oops, wrong one. That one. Still a lot. Still with a living. Pretty good, mate. Pretty good. Yes. Yeah. In this sort of environment, sort of at the moment, working from home, it's a bit weird, a bit strange. I'm a bit of a social animal, and so I was finding it a bit hard, and sort of was getting me down a bit, which isn't good for just for your general health to be down. It's just sort of I think my manager sort of realised that to some extent, and sort of had asked me, how you going, how you can, and I sort of said, it's a bit lonely. But since then, in the last, I've been sort of interacting with my neighbours far more and chatting, and when I have my breaks, so it's not as feeling isolated at home, alone, just doing work and stuff like that, without having the ability to sort of interact with other humans, and sort of just talk shit sometimes or whatever, which is important for just for your general health. It's not merely. Yeah, it's very strange. There's not many people around. Oh, there's Zach. I'm having to look over there because there's a bit of a delay on StreamYard until it actually pops over here. So I have to look over there. There it is. It's just come up. So that's the sort of delay I'm actually getting. So do bear with me about these sort of delays. Yeah, 3 phases. Yeah, I know. It's a bit all over the sort of show and stuff like that. I'll sort of be. I think the barbers and all that are sort of hairdressers and all that are open. So I'm looking forward to sort of getting a bit of a haircut. It's grown a bit too long, but in that regard, start looking like Frank. Can't have that. Too old for that shit. Yes. Any questions, guys? Well, it's good to see that I've got four watching and 4 likes. That's good. It's better than some of my other averages. Yeah. Sort of. I was surprised with some of the other stuff that. Just noticed Dr. Robert chimed YouTube. Good to see more doctors walking up the. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, waking up to the sort of low carb. Yeah, I mean, I've just recently come across him myself. Somebody actually mentioned him to me, and he sort of does something very similar to what a couple of others do, which is sort of focusing on addictions and stuff like that. That seems to be part of his theme. I haven't really looked at any of his videos. I've just sort of taken a scant at his site, looked at just generally what he's focused on. I don't know how carnivorous he seems to be, from this is just observation, to be more sort of a sort of keto. Is that right? Or sort of low carb keto rather than carnivore. But I could be wrong, because even some of the keto people, some of them are more plant based, some of them are a bit more animal based. So I don't really know what he's. Do you know what sort of keto's approached? Okay, so it's more keto, plant based keto, or basically meat based keto. Oh, that's good. So was he positive about salt like I am, or not? Because I haven't seen it. Um, oops, don't know. Only just found him. Okay, okay. So you don't know whether he's yep, yep. Psst, okay, mate. So you're doing OMAD. So eat only bacon fried in ghee, 4 eggs, 1 meal, and later a glass of goat milk with egg whites. Weight is falling off him and says he feels great. Okay. So yeah, look, if you've got a lot of weight and you've got a lot of tissue, when you do, as you basically lose a lot of weight, you're going to recycle a lot of that. Also, you're actually releasing from those fat stores all the fat soluble vitamins. I mean, sometimes we forget about this. When you are rapidly losing weight, you're releasing basically MK4, retinol, vitamin D3 that's been stored in your fat cells, all these things. So, in a sense, going OMAD is a really good weight loss strategy. And also not eating strategically like eggs. I really like that because you're going to get that choline in, and that choline helps with fat transport. So you're going to be releasing a lot of free fatty acids from your fat stores. I mean, because you're basically you're dropping your level. Because the body's starting to ramp up energy production, and as it sort of ramps up energy production, because of the lower stores, it's just basically, switching over from, and it's probably a good strategy that you have a certain level of protein, and eggs are a really good source of protein, also a good source of sulfur, and sulfur is very important for a lot of metabolic processes. So yeah, he's doing the right thing. Ghee is a good source of fat soluble vitamins as well. I like pork. You know me, pork, bacon, all that sort of stuff. If there was only one food that I could eat on the planet and nothing else, it'd probably be pork. So, I know others would say beef, but I would say pork for myself. So a bit biased there. So as long as it's working for him in that regard, he's in a sort of caloric deficit. In a sense, he's getting enough. Because one thing good about milk, you'll get good levels of potassium as well. So and because you're only doing one meal a day, you're not hitting the threshold of too many calories that are going to inhibit sort of basically burning off fat. So if you want to ramp up beta oxidation and just burn off more fat, you basically want that sort of lower gradient sort of intake of energy. And I mean, people have seen Bart's videos on the Randall cycle and stuff like that. I think people understand now that as long as you don't hit that threshold, you're basically not causing any blockade in the mitochondria, and you will burn. So even a bit of sugar that you'll get from the milk, not an issue. You'll just burn all that. In that regard, I mean, it's one reason why. And animal products also, because of the certain fatty acids that they've got, they'll also cause reverse electron transport through the mitochondria through complex 1, and actually signal to the actual cell itself to ramp up the biogenesis of more mitochondria. So it starts building up those machineries, those enzymes in the actual cytosome of the actual cell, and that actually helps in actually generating more mitochondria to be able to burn off that extra energy, which really ramps up the sort of the energy metabolism that you want to build up. So certain fatty acids like palmitate, stearic acid are really good in that regard. But at the same time, sort of your intake of energy, plays a big role as well in that regard. You need some energy, still some energy needs to come through, but at the same time, upping slightly the actual protein component is a good strategy as well, because that's a good thing, because when you're actually pulling down tissue from all over the place and rebuilding and remodeling and all that sort of stuff, you're going to be basically requiring a lot of enzymes, a lot of those nanomachines, a lot of enzymes to be transcripted, and that level of enzymatic requirement to do all those, to ramping up all that remodeling and stuff like that, is important. So you need a bit more protein, because you're going to be losing fat. You're going to be losing, you're going to be depleting glycogen and replenishing that through gluconeogenesis. So you're pushing that through as you're going through GLUT4. It's a step before basically going down to pyruvate, which you basically will push to replenish part of that. So, that little bit of milk with exercise and stuff like that, that's going to go all to glycogen. Not even going to be, you'll have so much fat coming through, it'll just blockade completely the ability for, to get anything coming through to pyruvate, and actually the CoA enzyme in the mitochondria to really affect that in any substantial way. The only thing that could limit it in a sense would be basically insufficient coenzyme Q10, which is required at that point, at that stage within the acetyl-CoA. But if you're on an animal-based diet, not a bloody issue. You'll get enough coenzyme Q10 for that purpose. Anyway, let me find my steps a bit. Sort of ranted a bit too long on that. Okay, raves about sugar. Salt. Good. I like him already. Maybe I should check him out a bit more. Okay. Yes, me too. Yes, I buy some really good stuff. Yes, I would be definitely proud of you. I usually have, my dad he's 85. He actually has more eggs than me. He sort of has anywhere between 5 and 8 eggs a day. And I usually have about 4, sometimes 6, sometimes I get sick and tired of eggs. That's why I have the choline supplement over there. Yes. Oh, look, not that I don't like eggs, but sometimes I get bored with having, the similar foods. I like variety, and that's why my Mediterranean carnivore diet sort of suits me much more. If it was only steak, I'd basically go and shoot myself in a corner. It's too boring to eat like that. That's me. Some people, they can eat that all day long. It doesn't affect them. So, it's a psychological thing with me as well on that front. But yes, I'm really proud of you. Doing well. Thoughts on goat milk? It does have more medium chain triglycerides. So yes, the fatty acids from goats are definitely and they're really good in a whole lot of it in terms of anti-inflammatory and stuff like that. Goat's milk has similar profile in terms of medium chain triglycerides to mother's milk. So, it's very compatible. I mean, the same thing also, coconut milk has a very similar sort of profile. So in that regard, I would say, reposition. I would say that it's good stuff. I should be more relaxed. Get the sort of relaxed sort of posture, Oops. Too relaxed. like chicken. Just kidding. Um, it's a bit gamey in comparison to cow's milk, but just slightly. I mean, next level gamey would have to be lamb's milk. That's even more gamey than basically goat's milk. Yeah. So yes, gamey or wild, depending on how you want to call it. It definitely digests easy because it has a very similar profile to mother's milk. So it's really compatible with the way our physiology sort of can handle that sort of type of milk. But again, it's not an issue. Any of the a lot of the people that bring up all those damn stupid issues, it's unimportant because growth hormone is completely different between animals. So that has no effect. And most of that sort of stuff gets denatured anyway in the stomach. So it gets broken down, denatured. So it's not even a bloody issue. So, the only difference between most of these things is, are you lactose tolerant? Are you not? Are you casein intolerant? Are you not? Do you have a sensitivity to crustaceans, to eggs or whatever? Some people just do. It's just one of those things. Don't eat that stuff. It's simple as that. And people will have greater sensitivity to certain plants and other plants not so much, depending on, which part of the planet they come from and the sort of, adaptations. I mean, I've got very good adaptations to salicylates. Most Mediterranean people have good adaptations to salicylates, not an issue, because it's been in our diet. Salicylates have been in our diet for thousands of years. Same thing with people that consume coconut. The Polynesians, salicylates have been in their diet for thousands of years as well. They've got an adaptation, doesn't affect them. But Northern Europeans, different story. And there are different levels of sensitivity. So, so it's, you got to basically get yourself tested for some of those things. But if you stick to an animal-based diet, you're not going to have a salicylate problem. And I think goat's milk is a superior alternative because you've got the fat-soluble vitamins that coconut oil doesn't have and coconut milk doesn't have. And you've got a whole lot of other minerals. You've got, especially, potassium. When it comes to milk, it's one of the best sources of potassium in the diet. So, and we don't need as much being on a carnivore diet because you basically don't require, things drop dramatically when you're on a carnivore diet in terms of requirements of a whole lot of minerals, for the simple reason that carbohydrate metabolism requires more minerals. Simple as that. A lot of the enzymes that are involved in basically the oxidation and the breakdown of carbohydrate molecules basically require more minerals like magnesium, like potassium, and many others. So less of an issue. The only thing that actually, out of all the vitamins and minerals, the only thing that has a higher requirement for beta oxidation, for fat, for oxidizing fats, is basically B2 riboflavin. That's the only thing that really goes up as a requirement. And one of the best sources of riboflavin is milk. I mean, just one glass of milk will give you basically pretty much 50 odd percent. I think it's 52. It depends on the milk, It ranges between 48 to 52%. It varies. So basically, 2 glasses of milk and you're done for the whole day for that beat. And that's the only one we really require. And also animal products like, the flesh, the organ meats and all those, especially the organ meats, have a lot of riboflavin. But adding a bit of dairy in there covers that completely. So in the past, because sometimes people just don't like organ meats, I do, but other people don't. It's just the way you've been brought up. So that's an option. Consider that. So that's the only part. I know that Elliot has been talking about all these other things, but I think you have to pull it back and say, well, why are these things like thiamine, which we only have half the requirement compared to somebody on a carbohydrate diet? Why are our requirements so high when it comes to, or some people's to vitamin C or stuff like that or whatever, or iodine or whatever? Well, it's mainly because they're either overcooking their meat, they've got underlying conditions which they haven't resolved, and also they may be in a, if they may be in a moldy environment, that may put more stress on them and deplete more of their antioxidants. So there's a lot of these sort of issues. So keep that in mind. I know I've got another tangent, but that's a recent thing that's been brought up. I thought I'd bring to your attention. So, and there are other ways of sort of mitigating that, because remember, glutathione actually recycles, and if you basically get those foods, which is, your the amino acids like cysteine, glutamate, those sort of ones, you will basically, glycine, those ones which you'll find in eggs, you'll find in connective tissue, you'll find in those sort of things, do make a big difference. I actually put a comment somewhere. Let me just bloody find that comment. I can't even remember whose. Give me a sec while I go through here. Darn. Wish I had for goat or three. Yes, me too. Morning, mate. Harry, did you try Paul's Farmhouse Gold cream on top milk? No, I haven't. I found it tastes better than made by cow. I'm in Tasmania, so I probably can't access something like that. I know it's not raw, but it's normally things that taste better, has more nutrients. Okay. Paul's Farmhouse Gold. Okay. I'll have to, let me just. Look. So it's an unhomogenized. Okay. Okay. I'll see whether I can get it anywhere in Tasmania and give it a try. So if I can, I'll let you know. Currently, I'm still getting made by cow. So went off my diet the other day, burning up tempo, running around like a maniac on cocaine. Then crashed. Could barely move in the evening. Stupid but interesting experiment. Well, I can tell you, I've basically, because I've been, working from home from the last month, I haven't been doing as much exercise. And I've basically, let's say I've had a few indiscretions with the ice cream, my addiction to ice cream. We won't bring that up too much, but, I sort of, I finished the last piece of ice cream today, actually. I'm not buying any more. I need to really ease off and really get back into exercise. So I've been going up the hill in North Hobart, so up into Mount Stewart. Anybody knows the area, they know what I mean. Up from the post office, there's a big steep hill. It's got a really steep gradient, so I go right up to the top and come around. It takes me, and then go through into Lena Valley. So it takes me about an hour to, and most of it's, steepy hills and stuff like that I go through. So I'm starting to do that again because, because I've been sitting around too much. You sort of feel, where I was doing it much more comfortably before. Now I'm sort of going, I'm struggling a bit, which just shows that, if you don't, use it or lose it. So I need to get my fitness levels back up, and I need to, keep my distance from the fridge. And I've jettisoned a couple of other things. So the only bad thing in there was primarily that, and probably I need to tone down on some of my dairy consumption, or pick up my exercise pace. Simple as that, So yes, I've had a few indiscretions in that regard. Strange Sim, it wouldn't show up in my subscription unless I click on that over. Yeah. Oh, look, a lot of people have been saying that. I don't know whether it's because of some of the stuff that I discuss or whatever. It just seems that a lot of the I've had a bit of a chat with Barton, and a lot of the actual carnivore sites seem to be hammered at the moment. And it seems like YouTube doesn't really want us around, in a sense. So it's not looking good in that regard. So, yeah, it could be, bit of a worry. Oh, look, I know the feeling. Yes, I was a bit like that. I sort of woke up late this morning as well. I sort of was, staying up a bit too late, and I've sort of have to get myself back into normality, because I actually got myself even though I've been doing just lately, it's probably been the last week that I've got myself back into doing a bit of exercise. But I'm still sort of staying up a bit too late, which isn't a good thing. And I'm starting to pick up my exercise thing. I mean, we're all human, so we all fail here and there. It's part of human nature. Yeah, but at the same time, I put myself on the scales. That was day before, and I'm going, oh shit, I put 3 kilos on. Ooh. So, which isn't a lot, but it basically shows that, the last month and a half, I've really been basically lazing around, not doing, because of the social distance. It's nearly been probably about 2 months, to be honest, where I really haven't picked up my act. I've been probably eating more, staying at home, and all that, and that's not helping. So I've sort of dusted myself off. I spanked my hand. I've still been a bad boy, and I started, the last couple of days I've been walking up the hill, killing myself, struggling to get to the top, and then all around for an hour. So, yeah, but that's the only way I'm going to deplete the glycogen, and literally try and get back, get myself back into a state of more ketotic state to try and burn the stuff off, because it doesn't happen any other way. You really have to go sometimes hard at yourself, because that's the only way it's going to work, Got to deplete that glycogen. Yes, it's good to see you. Yes, yes, a bit of a pipe dream of mine, but I probably won't see it in my lifetime, unfortunately. But then you never know. Maybe the world's people will wake up to themselves and realise that we don't need these bandits running the show. Maybe not. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. It's really strange. I mean, obviously, I don't have raw egg, and let me just pull back from that. I do sometimes have raw egg, but only the yolk. So basically, what I'll do is I'll have the raw egg and the yolk, and then I'll basically take the egg whites, and I'll make basically what I call a dairy or a cheese omelette. So basically, I make the whites, and then I will throw in a bit of turmeric for flavour, because otherwise it tastes too fucking bland. And then I'll throw a bit of salt and pepper. So, a bit of oxalate, and in there with the turmeric and the pepper, and then basically once it's actually cooked, then I'll grate some cheese. I won't use white cheese, but I'll use yellow cheese, sort of semi-hard, grate it, and then put it on the plate. And so you end up with the cheese on the bottom, the egg white on top, which has got a nice yellowy colour, a curry type of colour. And you sort of, mix that in, and it's, a really nice sort of side dish. And then I will not So so that's one way, and then I'll actually have like salami, a bit of cured meats, and I'll cut it really thin slice, and I'll have it together with that. Or I will get porchetta, which is an Italian style cured pork, sort of, and I will basically I'll get it thinly sliced, and then I'll cut it into really thin strips and really small pieces, and I will throw that in and mix it all up. So I'll end up basically being a sort of a porchetta. And so once I get the actual the egg whites that I've cooked to some degree, not overcooked, but just to some degree, then I'll throw in the porchetta. I'll mix that up with the egg whites, and then I will basically throw in the grated cheese, and I'll mix that up all together, and it just really makes a really nice sort of curry flavored type of nice omelette type thing. So yeah, give it a try. You may like it. You never know. And hi, mate. Good to see you. Bit more oxalate juice, mate. Yeah, I have a bit now and then. Good to see you, mate. So you dragged yourself out of bed. Howdy to you as well. I've been named a pleb. I've been a bad boy, so I probably am a pleb. Started using vitamin C as another experiment, Harry. Felt a little sharper. No diarrhea either. What the fuck? Not sure if this is a good idea, but something wasn't right. Always playing with diet. Yeah, look, it depends what your sort of status is, what you internally, what's happening and stuff like that. I'm very practical and pragmatic about things. I don't become ideological about these things. We don't live in an ideal type of society, ideal sort of world or stuff like that. But you probably don't need a supplement because that's probably too heavy duty, too much and all that. Probably lemon juice would be more than enough, So, I mean, I tend to use lemon juice on my steaks and stuff like that because I enjoy it. It's not because for the vitamin C, it's just I enjoy it. But that's another option because, one sort of lemon, the juice in that, if you juice it and put it into your foods and all that, will give you a substantial amount of vitamin C as long as you're not inhibiting the GLUT4 receptor with too much glucose in your diet. So if you're going to have it, for instance, you would have it either on an empty stomach or on clearly an animal-based product with so you wouldn't have it with milk because it's got some galactose, it's got some sugar. So you wouldn't have it at that point. And even raw milk does have a fair whack of vitamin C. So that's another option. But if you're going to have it, have it sort of separate, if you're going to get it from that. But you don't want high quantities because high quantities will just end up as oxalate. And you don't want that sort of shit in your system. It's like everything. It's like, for instance, the guy, there was this old fella who had intravenously injected into him a high dose of vitamin C when he came down with the coronavirus, and it really helped him. And so I've actually got vitamin C in my cupboard, and I've actually bought it. So if I do get coronavirus, I will step it up because I know the body will use it. So it won't be an issue. It won't be in excess to basically be turned into an oxalate. So it's not going to be harmful to my kidneys. But I wouldn't supplement with it because that'd be just, the dose would be too high on a carnivore diet. It'd be too excessive. The only reason why you need high amounts on glucose-based metabolism, it's like all these other vitamins and minerals you need in high amounts. One, because glucose metabolism requires more of these things. But the second thing is also that you have these other issues. Now, I know Elliot talks about the diary and stuff like that and whatever. I'm not convinced with some of that sort of stuff in that regard completely. I know that one thing that vitamin C can do is help with sort of the collagen sort of degrading enzyme side of things. And there may be a factor there where because you're not absorbing enough, in your diet, you're not getting enough the fat soluble vitamins because you've got some issue with absorption that he talks about and all that. And maybe that is the reason why the vitamin C actually helps. So it's a sort of an indirect. So because the sort of those same enzymes that are involved in controlling and regulating the collagen degrading enzymes and collagen synthesis are very similar to the ones that actually are controlled by some of these fat soluble vitamins. So if you're not absorbing fat soluble vitamins, maybe the vitamin C is actually acting on behalf for that purpose as well. So it could be this way where you're not getting that absorption because of issues with your stomach, issues with your gut, general absorption. Getting these nutrients, and a water-soluble vitamin like vitamin C is easily absorbed. So it's basically playing the role that these other fat-soluble vitamins would normally do, because the body's got all these different multiple pathways. It can utilize different substrates, different things to basically do anything. I think I've explained to you on methylation how there's two pathways. So the body has a lot of redundancy in it, and so that's possibly how it's actually working in that regard. But if you don't have malabsorption issues, you don't have any of that, it's probably not an advisable thing to do. And if you're really concerned, just go for something which is a lower dose, or something like lemon juice, so to allay your fears or whatever. I mean, we're all human. I know sometimes in the background you go, you got that little person saying, yeah, but you're not in my shoes, I just want to cover myself. I understand where you're coming from, because when I had my cardiovascular issues and tried to resolve a lot of things, I had a lot of things, that little person behind saying, maybe this is not the right pathway to go. Maybe you need to cover yourself slightly. So I had a lot of similar thinking. It's just that the more I've gone down the path and realized all these different mechanisms that actually are at play, that a lot of my fears have gone away, and I'm more confident on what I say because I've researched it sufficiently. But, at the end of the day, it's my word, based on the best science that I've read and understood. At the end of the day, it's your body, and, what you do with your body is really up to you, mate. So I can only tell you what I think. What you do with that, it's really your business, your body, your property. It belongs to you, not me or anyone else. Since you mentioned carnosine, I've been researching it. It seems that it's gone under the radar. No wonder Dr. Paul Mason sometimes uses it with certain patients. Yep. Look, very few doctors out there are aware of some of the values of amino acids, in a number of things, Yeah. And it's not only, carnosine, it's choline. I've talked about choline. I've talked about L-citrulline, about increasing your nitric oxide in your blood vessels for vasodilation and reducing blood pressure. Taurine for protein synthesis, to bring in more protein, to help with protein transport, the amino acids into your body, so to reduce the potential for sarcopenia in older age. There's all these things that are really important, and there are mineral substances that play roles in all sorts of things. And a lot of this sort of things gone under the radar. Unfortunately, the regular medical doctors, they don't believe that nutrients so much play a role. they're convinced with a calorie in, calorie out, that basically, oh yeah, as long as you're getting the RDA sort of attitude, they don't prescribe severe pathology due to diet. They're not that convinced. And the reason for it as well is because a lot of them don't understand the Randall cycle. And because they don't understand the Randall cycle, they see all these contradictory observational studies that show you can do this sort of style of diet, you can do that sort of style of diet, and you're getting similar results. So in their head, they go, well, diet doesn't play a role then. Wrong. But this is, and they have no nutritional training. They probably do a couple of hours, if that. I mean, I can't remember which state in America they tried to encourage doctors to basically to do 7 hours. Check this out, 7 hours extra education on, good high quality research that shows, like clinical studies and randomized control studies that are actually showing about talking about diet. So people pushing some of this sort of stuff. And what happens? You had all these medical associations turning up saying, well, that's a waste of our time. We don't have the time to basically spend for 7 hours doing a bit, because basically we've got nutritionists for that. And we know that nutritionists have been basically brainwashed by the 7-Day Adventists and all these other organizations that have infiltrated a lot of that, the academia, vegetarians and vegans and stuff like that, in academia, in doing research in those sort of areas, and literally have basically created fake, really poor science. They do all this observational stuff because basically they can infer and manipulate the data any way they like. But when you get good researchers like biochemists and physiologists who do clinical studies, they actually get the complete different result than what the nutritionists who have done their dodgy epidemiological nonsense. And so, doctors on the other hand, who are the people closest to them that are advising them on these things? Nutritionists. You go to the hospitals, there's nutritionist experts. One of the guys that works with me in my workplace is a vegetarian. His wife's a vegetarian. She basically is in charge of nutrition at one of our major hospitals in Tasmania. Say no more. These are the people who are determining, and they just leaving the calories in and calories out, and they determine exactly what goes into the food that those patients have. So we've got no fucking hope. When these people basically control the entire establishment of nutrition and basically peddle their nonsense, we've got no hope we've got jack shit hope of achieving a lot of things for a very long time. So, we need to take responsibility for our own health and stuff like that. And it's good to have people like, Dr. Paul Mason. He's a great doctor, but there's very few, also Fecky in Tasmania, the orthopedic doctor up in Launceston in the north of Tasmania. We've got a few really good doctors, and well known internationally, but we don't have enough. That's the biggest fucking problem. We don't have enough of these people to advocate and also provide service to people. People have got nowhere to go. That's the biggest problem. Citrulline malate. Yep, that's what boy. One of my 3 supplements over here. Oh, that's taurine. That's my fucking choline. There it is. Exactly. So, yes. Definitely good for nitric oxide synthesis, or endothelial enos is another way of calling it. So endothelial nitric oxide synthesis for enos upregulation or production. Anyway, so basically it gets converted to L-arginine, and L-arginine is what basically does the trick. The problem is if you take an L-arginine supplement, it goes directly to the damn liver and gets used for other things. And that's the fucking downside of taking L-arginine as a supplement. So you've got to take L-citrulline, because L-citrulline will go into the bloodstream, get converted to L-arginine, and from L-arginine it'll basically be able to, provide an upregulation of nitric oxide synthesis, and also increase vasodilation, and also lower your blood pressure. So if you're on blood pressure medication, be very careful. Start with small doses and build up. No more than 5 grams, depending on your size, how big you are as a person. And, if you're doing more physical exercise, it helps in a lot of ways. It improves your sleep. It does a lot of things, L-arginine. But at the same time, I use it primarily to reduce blood pressure, primarily to improve my endothelial function. So basically that sort of pericellular sort of matrix and all that is in there to basically function better and respond better, maintain that better negative charge. So that's the whole idea. Citrulline and sulfur, my two favorite things in terms of things that I have for better blood vessels. But yeah, if you're, upping the dose slightly, careful, because it does lower blood pressure. And if you're on blood pressure tablets, you could pass out. So we don't want that happening. So if you're going to, you need to basically do it with a doctor and adjust your levels as you bring down your tablets. So you've got to be careful with these sort of things. That regard. What's the most influential book that you have read? Probably the most influential book would have to be the Bible. I've read that as well. I've read a lot of things, both philosophy and all that. So a lot of the great philosophers I've read, both the 19th century and even earlier, but, none of them are as influential. Probably the only other one is probably Karl Marx, probably the only other writer that's as influential. Probably another person would be, Nietzsche would also be another, probably a big influential writer. But really, ultimately, it's probably the religious texts the most influential out there, more than political texts, for the simple reason that, more people are of one persuasion or another. So just on sheer numbers, there's, but probably, would there be more Buddhists in the world? But that's not a book that I've read. So, just out of the influential stuff would be something like that. But, yes. Bart has a stream in about 5. Yeah, reckon we could before that, Harry. Yeah. We'll finish. It'll be basically 3-hour based around that amount of time. We won't overdo it in that regard. So yeah, so we'll keep it to civilized hours. So we've probably got another bit over 2 hours to go. So that's the idea. But yes, we'll stay within civilized hours. Was taking the kids to the pool, so to speak. Was first time since I started fast last week. It was very satisfying indeed. Laugh out loud, sorry, Harry, but this is all new for me. Okay. Good to hear you, Bo. You survived your first 72-hour fast. Grats. So yes, look, they can be hard. I mean, my longest fast has been 6 days, but nowadays I just stick to time restricted feeding. Have 2 meals a day. I usually eat within a window of 6 hours. So it's usually between 11 o'clock and 5 o'clock. And after that, I don't have anything other than water, which is permissible. Um, yeah, so that's pretty much what I do nowadays. Probably, what is it now? It's probably about nearly, probably in another week's time, it'll be about, I think it may be 2 months, close to it. Remember when I had that, I did that 3.5 day fast? Yeah, so I think it's getting close to that. And maybe even less time than that. I can't remember exactly. Getting old. Yes. Somebody's got a drinking problem. I like beer, but doesn't agree with me. Little whiskey. Yeah, look, spirits actually are much easier for most people. Um, but at the end of the day, it's a toxin. Let's be honest. You know, even glucose gets second place to is a toxin, but it gets in high doses. But it gets definitely second place to alcohol because the body always prioritizes alcohol before anything. Yes. I like your eggs and milk recipe idea. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, I sometimes what I'll do is even when I do that, I'll actually like I'll cook it, and let's say I don't want to have the egg yolks um, like uh, like just swallowing them down raw. Sometimes I'll just basically once it's cooked, I'll just throw them on top and just melt them and mix them in, so they actually get a bit warmish, and it's sort of so it's like a combination of raw and cooked in a sense. So it's just like putting a sauce on top. So I whip the egg yolks and just sort of put them on top, like a so, but you could just drop them on as they are and just mix them in without beating them. It's up to you the way you want to do it. Never tried putting vanilla extract into such a recipe. I don't know whether it would. It's sort of, yeah. I don't think it would combine very well. Yeah, probably not my kind of thing. The only place I like vanilla extract is in ice cream. uh, yeah, I'm a bad, 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 bad boy. Yes. That boy's really, yes, you know, he gives all these undertakings to Bart and is literally killing himself, doing all these push-ups. I will do something, and I'll actually show it. Um, so I'll leave that for later on. In that regard, just have to get the ingredients and clean my my basically ice cream maker, and do something. I'm actually thinking of. I don't know whether I should. I'll probably try it first. I won't say anything. It's going to be a different source of milk type product. You can guess what. But I'll give it a try and see how that turns up. And if it turns up okay, then I may actually do something in regards to it. So yes, wait and see. uh, I wonder if the vitamin C malabsorption you are talking about, Harry, has a relation to a genetic root cause. I No, I sort of think that the malabsorption issue is basically people that have basically, because of the indiscretions, years and years of indiscretions and stuff like that, we've sort of caused too many issues within our bodies, within our gut lining, within our liver, within our bile. We may have gallstones, and may have also gall, within the gallstones, within that area. in the bile ducts, there may also be a lot of, like sludge coming out, and that could be sort of causing all sorts of issues with absorption and all that. And there's so many variations when it comes to issues with, there are enzymatic pathways like the FXR pathway, and that seems like milk thistle seems to sort of resolve that. And so, also you've got within the your colon, you've got malabsorption of bile salts, and fixing up the liver seems to fix up that. So things like MK4, which is the vitamin K2, minoquinone 4, milk thistle, and some of the other fat-soluble vitamins. So you would basically get them in a supplemental form like a liposomal, so they can bypass the actual. So primarily I would prioritize MK4 with a liposomal form, which is the one that they sell at iHerb, which is about 28 nanometers. It's pretty much can penetrate everywhere. So it's something like that together with milk thistle to try and resolve, because biosynthesis requires MK4, the vitamin K2, the animal form. So it plays a big role in that. And so there are issues there with malabsorption that go beyond some of the traditional stuff that people talk about. So, my sort of view is always focus on the liver and focus on the stomach, primarily the stomach and the liver. They're very at similar levels depending on what the malabsorption issues are related to. It could be a stomach more than a liver, or it could be more a liver than a stomach, so, or could be both. So they tend to be the big issues in that regard. And see, once you've sort of resolved those, most everything else starts flowing and fixing itself, because you're starting absorbing good amino acids and stuff like that. You're starting to repair the gut lining, and all these things start then to fall into place. If you look around, when people take away all the sort of things that cause problems, over time, they usually resolve a lot of their issues. Also, there could be issues where you could have certain bacterial overgrowth into your stomach as well and all that, creating a whole lot of imbalances. There, you may need to even go as far as, to sterilize a lot of that with, sort of potentially antibiotics, and then basically look at actually then strategies to rebuild using. So once you kill off a lot of that sort of stuff, then using things like kefir, raw kefir. I know that the company that puts made by cow, they actually also have a kefir milk. So that's a good way of restoring a lot of the beneficial bacteria, while at the same time you're putting some good nutrients in to basically heal all that sort of stuff up. So it can be a bit involved in that regard. If you're getting diarrhea directly after you're having like eggs, for example, that immediately tells me that there's something wrong with the liver. Immediately. It's not the stomach, it's the liver. And that's when I would basically immediately look at MK4 and and milk thistle immediately for that issue, because usually that will create a sort of a diarrhea effect, and it's usually the malabsorption of the bile salts. So, but if that's not the case, and it's it's the stomach, then it's really basically have you been on a diet for so long where it's been a plant-based diet in particular, where your stomach acidity has gone up, has gone down, and your pH has gone up. And so you've got overgrowth, you've got, candida, you've got all these sort of, issues with your stomach. And all you need to do is just resolve the stomach, and their HCl type, to increase the acidity, and those sort of strategies to literally break the back of the whole thing. You may also need to get some bile salts, like bovine bile salts, to basically help, sort of rebuild, because you may have lost a lot of those salts. So you may need to, put them back in a sense, so you can get your body. And then, so once you're starting to absorb cholesterol, you're starting to absorb all these minerals and vitamins and things that you need, then the body itself will start generating this stuff and recycling the stuff and start doing this, working properly. So you may have to resolve these things in a certain way. So it really, it's complicated, and sometimes it means you literally have to go and get tested and find out what these things are. Do I have SIBO? Don't I? There are a couple of there's a couple of ways. If you check on the internet, there are a few people that are actually, I can't remember the exact method, where they use, I think, baking soda in a certain way. And if you get certain burps or certain response, or in fact, it's sort of like a giveaway that you potentially have SIBO. And that would save you a lot of money going and getting yourself tested. And then you can say, okay, if I've got that, then I need to basically, deal with that overgrowth. Obviously, you're not going to be using kefir or fermented or cured meats or anything like that, because that's the last thing you want to increase the load. What you're trying to do is acidify yourself as much as possible. And you don't want to be using apple cider vinegar, because that does not increase the acidity, but dilutes the acidity. So that's not what you want. You want to be using HCl. You want to be, getting the bile salts in HCl. You want to be really acidifying the stomach, really getting the stomach working again, and cleansing, because when you've got that flow coming out of the stomach, which is like slightly acidic, it actually clears away a lot of that bacterial overgrowth within the, your small intestine, and that's what you want it to be cleared out of there, right down to where your, the other valve that goes into the large intestine, your colon goes. So that's what you want, all that to be cleared out. I mean, there's always going to be in the small intestine some bacteria, but you don't want massive overgrowth. And so you may, for a certain period of time, need to, go through this protocol of increasing your acidity to basically get the stomach to work, to be able to generate its own acidity. And over time, everything starts sorting itself out, digestion normalizes, and and things start healing, because you're absorbing some of these nutrition, and it takes a while. You've got to be patient, so there's a lot of issues related to that. And as I said, the vitamin C, because it's a water soluble vitamin, does need to be absorbed through bile salts and stuff like that. As a consequence, it can have that role that some of the fat soluble vitamins play in terms of collagen synthesis and fixing the lining of your gut. So Elliot may be on a winner there with that, in that regard, but I think that he still needs to look at the MK4 and milk thistle side of potentially the issue with the liver as well. So it's can be a bit complicated in that regard. I hope, I know it's a bit of overkill the amount of stuff that I've said, but I hope that sort of clarifies things to some extent. Should weights be done before cardio? I do weight resistance training first to drain muscle glycogen. Then I would do 15 to 20 hard minutes on the bike, stair climber, heavy bag works a treat. Basically, the best way to really reduce glycogen is high intense interval training, interval cardio, stuff like that, because you're basically using a lot of different muscles. The other way of actually, if you really want to use a lot of muscles as well, is grab a tire and turn it over multiple times, or lift one of those, the sort of the stuff that those big heavy bags that Sean Baker actually lifts and throws, that will deplete a lot of, glycogen, because you're using all these muscle groups to do that sort of stuff. It's not isolated muscles. So anything like physical work, anything that actually uses all the different muscle groups is basically going to be depleting glycogen much faster in that regard, and the harder you work on that. So it's really how much you work those muscles, not particularly, a specific type of exercise or whatever, So it's working all the different muscles, because at the end of the day, muscles hold glycogen. So, and some muscles hold more glycogen than others. So, the leg muscles have a lot of glycogen. If you remember the chimp and ape thing that I did ages ago with Bart, and I was showing the physiology, how humans have more glycogen storage in the legs than in the arms, and why diabetes starts in the legs and not in the arms for humans. Primarily because basically that's where our biggest stores are. So, so basically high intensity interval training will basically, steady state sort of cardio, because you're just basically repleting. If you really want to go hard with either full body training or high intensity interval training to basically get the glycogen stores down, that will push you into a ketotic state much faster. So in that, if that's what your aim is, to drain, you can't drain glycogen to zero. That's not going to happen. But what you do is you deplete substantially the glycogen pool in the muscle. You're still left with it's around about 20% or whatever. But the thing is, by depleting it so much, you really ramp up beta oxidation. So you ramp up ketosis. So that's what I suspect you want to do with that sort of training. I guess. I don't know. I mean, if that's your aim or not. But it's also, let me put it this way. If you're basically doing cardio, don't eat. If, on the other hand, you're doing weights, you may want a bit of whey before. Or basically, rather than leaving, or if you, let's say you do weights in a fasted state, then rather than actually having your first meal an hour later, because you've had the whey, which sort of covers that sort of hour block, and then you want the half hour, so you're basically going to be doing for half an hour. So basically you want that added, like an hour difference before you have that slow uptake of, like eggs, steak. These are slow absorbing sort of aminos, much slower. Whey is rapid, and also has double the insulin effect of even glucose. So, that gives you that thing, that extra energy. So it depends on, if you're trying to build, you may want that extra for that more anabolic effect as you're trying to sort of build, and that's where those sort of, I think I've spoken about the sort of things that the old bodybuilders used to do, the recipe, which is I've put on one of my chats. I can't remember which one now, which is basically the the egg and milk, sort of combination and stuff like that. And so that's sort of one option. It's really, I'm not sure the sort of your goals, what your goals are, what you're trying to achieve. So it's really hard for me to answer it unless I know what your goals are. So yeah, I mean, genetics also plays a role. Myostatin is affected. I mean, for me, I can suppress it more, which basically means I can build more muscle. Others can't. There are genes basically that also affect whether you're a sprinter or endurance. I'm a sprinter, which basically means I can build more muscle much easier. So, that can have an effect as well. Depending on your goals and your performance and what are realistic goals as well. So yeah, it's sort of it's a difficult question to answer unless I know what your goals are in that regard. Just put your goals down further down and I can actually go back. Doctors not understand Randall cycle is the tip of the iceberg, Harry. Yep. My doc doesn't even understand keto. Yeah, I'm not surprised. If she heard the word carnivore, she'd freak. So I don't tell her. If she ever hears the word carnivore in that regard, just say, oh, it's just the Inuit diet. It's the Eskimo diet. She'll go, oh, because what is she going to argue? You can turn around and say, well, these people have been doing it for multiple generations. It doesn't seem to affect them deleteriously. You put them in there. You need to always have words to be able to put people in their space, because people basically think and process within the current paradigm, but they know what the Inuit. If they don't know the word Inuit, just use the sort of the old word, which a lot of the traditional peoples of that part of the world don't like being used. But sometimes you need to explain to these people, and you say, "Yep, the Eskimos," if they don't understand the word Inuit. And basically, they've got no argument there. You've just basically nailed you nailed them to the wall, because they've got no what are they going to say? It's a bad diet. Well, multiple generations have lived quite well doing it, and having no cancer recorded, no cardiovascular disease, or any of these sort of things that that plague the modern world. So already there, you've basically knocked her whole argument for six. It's a bit like I usually say to people when it comes to the Randall cycle, I've always said it's a gradient. So once you hit that threshold, it's an on-off. Within the mitochondria, if you basically you got more fat or more sugar, and you're basically blockading either one or the other pathway, and you're building up basically citrate, so which will go into the cytosome, and actually build up, and then basically depending on which way it's going to go, whether it's going one way or another way to impede, and whether if it's impeding fat, then obviously you're going to be basically building fat with triglycerides. So you'll be exporting out triglycerides through VLDL, and basically sending them to be stored away for a rainy day. Because basically the cells, when they're full, all the other cells, the muscle cells and all that, when they're full, they basically downregulate the receptors. So GLUT4 gets downregulated. CD36 get downregulated. So all these receptors that basically get downregulated. So then you've got all these fats and sugars basically circulating in the bloodstream. And then basically they go to the liver, and then the liver goes, oh shit, we've got too much energy here, which not being used. So let's convert it to triglycerides, and let's send it out as VLDL. See how much of the tissue will take it up. If the tissue doesn't take it all up, we'll stick it into the adipose tissue, into the fat cells. That's pretty much what happens. And how much of that excess energy gets stored, then it's a gradient. So once you hit the tipping point, then from there it's a gradient from 1 calorie above that tipping point to 10,000 if you're consuming, if you're sitting around or you can eat buffet, the gradient of that the Randall cycle itself. So the actual activation of the Randall cycle is an on-off switch, which happens, at that your cells creating resistance because they've got enough energy, and they're saying we don't want any more, so fuck off, and you keep it in the bloodstream. And at that stage, the gradient of will depend on how much of that energy substrate is circulating. And so that will actually determine also the gradient of the Randall cycle will also determine the level of triglyceride production as well. Obviously, if you don't have enough choline, you will get a lot of stuff not being easily exportable out of the liver. So you'll end up with fatty liver very fast. So that's the downside of not having enough choline. So it becomes a very complicated picture, when it comes to, and a lot of doctors, they learn pharmacology, they learn, their sort of attitude is nutritionist for the nutritionist, biochemistry is for the biochemists, physiology is for the physiologists, all these researchers, they learn these sort of things, but they forget a lot of this sort of thing, and they just focus on pharmaceuticals and basically surgical techniques. So I basically call them glorified bodybuilders. And the sort of bodybuilders, like the bodybuilders that fix up, repair cars, those sort of bodybuilders. So basically, the scientists like the biophysicists, the biochemists, and all that. A lot of these people realize what's really causing a lot of these problems. Randall cycle, the basically the deuterium issue, these like Gerhard Spittler, he's an Austrian, he's written about 40 studies on seed oils explaining all these things for cardiologists. And you know what? He's been ignored for years and years and decades. So there's good science out there, but it's just being ignored because basically the only person that turns up in your office is an attractive pharmaceutical rep who smiles and says, I've got a great new drug for you, to be able to use as a Band-Aid solution for your patients. So, yeah, it's unfortunate that that's the state of affairs that we're actually in. And it's understandable the sort of reasons why it ended up like that is because if you go back to the history of medicine, it was very much reactive. What were the majority of diseases around? They were communicable diseases, typhoids, whether it's syphilis, typhoid, bubonic plague or whatever. And basically sanitation, antibiotics, vaccinations, and all these sort of things really put a brake on all this sort of stuff. And so it was a quick pharmaceutical sort of fix, quick surgical fix. You bled, you stop the bleeding, you don't die. So it was these sort of things. Then we poisoned the food supply in the last 100 years. The medical profession wasn't set up for us poisoning the food supply. And that's where the problem lies, because their approach is reactive. I've got a problem. I need to stop it right now. I need to keep this person alive. That's the thinking. It's not basically, let me look at the whole person. Let me look at all these complex interactions that are playing. That's for the biochemists and the biophysicists. They can do the research and all that. And if they prove anything, then will basically it'll be written into the textbooks. But until then, so this is the sort of situation you have these, one camp operating in this sort of paradigm, another camp operating in this sort of paradigm. And even doctors now have abandoned nutrition completely. If you go back from the 1960s, especially from the 1970s and back, doctors were still involved studying a bit of nutrition. There weren't sort of like we have today there used to be nutritional scientists, but there weren't nutritionists. There was basically people that were nutritionists trained by the Seventh-day Adventists and groups like that, but they weren't like part of the official establishment yet. And, they were pushing to become recognized, but they weren't still part of that. And so doctors did a lot of the actual work, like, Dr. Atkins and many others, so you had people like that. And so, or, Ornish, people like that were doctors that basically also did, dietary stuff and lifestyle and stuff like that. And that is, if you go back to a doctor in those days, if you're fat, they'd recommend, you need to go on a low-carb diet, cut out the carbs. You go back 100 years, same thing, Banting, cut out the carbs. Go back another 100 years, same thing, cut out the carbs. They knew what makes you fat. because their livestock, they used to basically, how do you make an animal fat? You feed it carbohydrates and shitloads of sugar. You know, they knew that. I mean, goose liver pate, very nice, very fatty liver. How do you think the French, they'll stick basically a whole lot of galactose down the throat of, of the bird, and they will induce fatty liver. You know, if you take a look at basically what's that, there's a big fish in the Amazon, and what it does is it eats a whole lot of fruit in through that period, a lot of fructose, because that fructose gets converted to fat, and it builds up and makes a big. It goes from a little tiny thing like that to something like, out here you can't even see it unless I come really back. So it becomes a massive thing. All it does is, because as the water levels go up in the Amazon, I can't remember the exact period, these fish just come up and they'll literally just eat the actual fruit, and they'll fatten up, and then they'll go deep down and they'll live off that fat in a ketotic state. So yep, they eat too many, because sugar makes you ravenously hungry. I mean, that's the reality. And so you're consuming very rapidly, and basically, you're just building up, you're hitting the Randall cycle, and it happens in all animals as well, and they fatten up. It's the same thing with, all the, when you look at take for instance the bears. What do? They will basically eat fatty fish, and at the same time they will sit down and consume something like 10,000 grapes in one sitting, just one sitting. So they'll hit their threshold, they'll switch on, they'll do the blockade, they'll downregulate those receptors at the cell edge, and then basically all that energy that's free flowing in the actual bloodstream, that will fatten them up, and they will have a lot of fat reserves for the winter when they go into hibernation. So the Randall cycle and insulin resistance is actually a good thing. It's a mechanism, a survival mechanism. It's not a bad thing. Nature didn't create it because they had no other. I mean, if it was a bad thing, nature can cause uncoupling of mitochondria, which can bleed away, like what brown adipose tissue does, where it uncouples and basically does not, so you don't get any ATP production, ATP synthase, completely uncoupled, and you basically just radiate away heat. A bit like the babies that have got a lot of brown adipose tissue. That's how they remain warm, and they don't freeze to death, especially if you're in a tribal society sort of setting. So, I mean, that's what the body's not crazy, not stupid, not weird, not wacko. It's only crazy nutritionists out there that are. So it knows what it's doing. It's got millions of years of evolution of DNA that actually can transcript a whole lot of enzymes and a whole lot of machinery to do these operations. And when it switches things off or switches them on, it does it for a particular reason. Now, if we fuck up the entire food environment and we don't switch certain things off at all, well, obviously, things are really going to go bad, because you will hit a threshold where you cannot no longer store energy, and that's when it really goes to shit. So once in your adipose tissue, you're starting to fail the ability to shove more energy in there, eventually, because you're engaging the Randall cycle continuously, eventually you'll basically end up, putting a lot of it, storing a lot of it into soft tissue around the organs, inside the organs, the different organs, and you will build up, and that's what visceral fat is, building up in the organs. And as a consequence, you will really get very, very sick. And the people living in the tropics, because they were adapted to environments that weren't as cold, their requirement to basically produce more fat cells or to have more fat cells is slightly diminished. That's why most Southeast Asians and many other Asians are suffering at double the rates of diabetes than a lot of North Americans or Europeans. that are on sad diets, for the simple reason that the populations that are adapted to cold climates can actually grow more and more and produce more and more, and have far more fat cells than anyone else. And so they can become morbidly obese, really big, and keep on going and growing and growing before they hit a threshold of diabetes. So depending on your capacity, you could become like a truck. If you can produce more new fat cells, you can keep on growing and growing and growing, until you can't even be moved around. You may end up getting a lot of, skin problems and, infections and all sorts of other issues. And those things may kill you in the end. But generally speaking, you won't get diabetes. Nope. So as long as you can keep on growing that, so really what diabetes is prolonged insulin resistance or prolonged engagement of the Randall cycle for very long periods of time. And then basically, that inflamed state, that chronically inflamed state, really then sort of spills over into the actual adipose tissue, the fat cells, and you start getting, all these sort of, the fat cells start breaking down, getting damaged and all that. They're just getting overloaded. They just literally starting to get degraded. No different than any other cell that becomes senescent or damaged. And eventually, things really go to shit, absolutely shit, as a consequence. And then macrophage comes in, and it becomes a really messy situation of a lot of inflammation and damage and stuff like that. So it's not where you want to be, but it's what our modern world has sort of moved us towards, and when you try and explain this to nutritionists, all they'll say is, oh, let's up the insulin. That's the solution. Again, that sort of reductionist, that sort of simple thing. Let's put a Band-Aid on that. Let's give you this drug. It goes back to that, the way they've been taught, stop the bleeding, give them the antibiotic, give them that, do them that. That's been the historical training. And that's the problem. And then also the pillar that they had, which is the dietary pillar, got poisoned because of Ansel Keys and others. And so basically we jettisoned all the previous approaches to nutrition. And as a consequence, we're in the mess we are today, where we're 70% sugar in our diet, and animal or plant foods are 70% and animal foods are only 30%. And we're in a hell of a situation. I think it would be textbook nutrition. Yep. More I think about it is it boggles the mind. Doctors should probably study nutrition. Yep. Look, in the past, they used to get far more training in nutrition than what they do today. And that's the problem, because nutritionists have taken over. Organizations like the 7-Day Adventists, which are full of vegetarians and vegans and all that. Some of the research establishments are also full with these sort of people. What do? It's bad news, so talk about biochemistry stepdad whenever I cut his hair. Good, got to learn these sort of things. Tell him to go easy and sort of try to keep it simple. I try to, as much as possible, to keep it simple, because at the end of the day, you guys sort of need to understand some of these concepts, and if it goes over your head, then I'm wasting my time. Okay. So what was it? Yep. Definitely. What was that? It's that a microscope over your left shoulder. I don't know. No, it's not a microscope. This one here, you mean? It's an old cartographic tool. You basically look at the fine text on a map that you're actually creating. So it's basically you use very, very fine sort of tip pencils and stuff like that, and you can actually make fine sort of changes to, or corrections to maps. So it's a very old instrument. I actually had some surveying instruments as well, but I ended up giving them to a friend of mine. But anyway, that's an old story. Yes, it's hard to get these sort of old things, are very rare. Yeah, but it's not a microscope, no. Definitely not. But you can look at tiny things. Yeah, look, exactly. I mean, grounding reduces platelet aggregation because of that negative charge that you induce through your endothelial glycocalyx. So the hairlines, remember the hairline structures? So yeah, at the end of the day, the body, the more your body has a negative charge in it, the less sticky it is. So sugar, proteins, all these things become more sticky over time. This is sort of the advanced glycation end products, or the stickiness that happens to the body. When you sulfur the body, and that's why sulfur amino acids are very important. And most of the animal foods are very high in sulfur amino acids. Probably the only plant ones that could compete would be garlic and onions in terms of sulfur. But, there's not many others that actually have much sulfur. And a lot of those, some of it is useful, but they also have a lot of anti-nutrients. So, they have the dark side of plants. But if somebody had, was to say to me, look, that's all I've got access, I can't get some of the others, and I'd say, well, it's probably better than none. Let's try to mitigate that to some extent. But it's not as if that's not possible. People can get their hands on eggs, and eggs has got quite a lot of sulfur in it. It's actually has far more sulfur. It's more sulfur rich than most other foods, both plant and other animal foods. So, come on. We all know the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy book. Yes. Story of my life. Yes, Adventures of Harry Serpanos. Okay, it says he's done more than 50,000 push-ups since the start of the year. He's an animal, that guy. I haven't done that many my entire life. No wonder he's jacked. Yep. He's an absolute beast of an animal. He's just, fuck me. He's awesome. So yeah, I take my hat off to him. He's definitely a person to admire and try to live up to that sort of level. I mean, not all of us. I mean, I'm not. I'm interested in basically be healthy, and all that, and live long and all that. I'm not really interested in becoming big He-Man, muscle man, and all that. That's not really my sort of drive in this world. But yeah, I know that a lot of the vegetarians have been giving him a hard time, saying, "Oh, you're on roids with all this bullshit." And I think Sean's really just basically said to them, "You pay it, I'll do it, anytime, any place." And all of them have gone running away with their tail between their legs. They've gone back to their own echo chambers and just said, he won't pay for it. He's copped out. No. Why should he pay? These people are saying, why should he pay? Pay out of his own pocket? I wouldn't bloody pay. It's exactly the same thing that I would tell the vegetarians. You cough up the money, I'll go and do the tests. But I'm not going to bloody pay for it, cough up, thousands of dollars just to satisfy your needs or your propaganda or stuff like that. Or some of them have said, if you do it and it's actually negative, we'll pay for it. Nah, what? They think Sean Baker was born yesterday. He's that gullible. Those little fucktards wouldn't pay for anything. And they constantly lie. You can lie as a vegan as long as you're saving the little cute furry animals. Everything's justified, So yeah, so we basically, let's be honest, that regard. Just need to go outside in Hobart to have ice cream. Weren't you in Perth? Ah. Nope. Okay. So we've got a few Hobartians around. Sadly, I never got to visit Tassie. Ah, well, you missed out. You know, I know Bo's in the Netherlands. Yeah, it can be cold. We're going into the winter now. I can tell you. But the thing is, I do go out, even in winter, I do go out in shorts and in T-shirt, and I actually go for long walks. So, but once you get going, it's at the beginning. Once you get going, I do a bit of a warm up, and then I sort of do a bit of a jog in the beginning to warm myself up a bit more. And once I get going, I'm fine. Even my friend Sean goes, "You're fucking crazy, put something on." He'll have all this sort of food, clothing on and all that. I was actually going to go for a walk with him tonight, but didn't happen. He actually sent me a message and said, "Oh, you want to come for a walk?" And I said, "Oh, look, I'm going to Dad's for lunch." And so I ended up staying at Dad's nearly. Well, what was it, 5:30? By the time I got back here, 6. So it was 2 hours before this. So yeah, in that regard. Thank you. Okay. Do you follow Ben Bickman? Some great research on insulin resistance. Yeah, he's pretty good. Yeah. I've seen some of his stuff, not all of his stuff. I can't say that I follow every single thing. It's about having the time. But he's fairly good and very nuanced. I think he's brought out a book recently. So yeah, I'm gonna may grab a copy of it. He's really good. Yeah, I sort of like him. Some of the work that he's done on insulin and glucagon and how that works is really, really important, and sort of demystified a lot of things for a lot of people. The sort of the differences. I've looked at other things as well, because he's sort of focused on the effects of, let's say, if you just have basically a steak and nothing else, you'll get an insulin of 1.3. If you have a potato, you'll get an insulin of 4. But if you have a combo of a lot of different shit and all that, you can get up to 70. That's your insulin response. But while insulin, basically resistance, is sort of due to the Randall cycle in that regard, in that sort of things, it's a bit more complicated, the whole picture, I believe. Because you can take fructose in, pure fructose, like a massive bolus of fructose. And fructose does not really spike insulin. So, and if you're basically on a very high fructose diet, you will keep insulin very low, and you will burn that because you're not basically having competing fuels, and so there's a thing that I've actually done recently with that goes into that, about sugar, and about sugar diets. And I've done something recently with basically, it's a guy called Walter. I won't say his surname, but he's an old German scientist who ended up in America in the 30s. And so it's a bit of an insight in basically, and it gives a bit of a story background how the sort of concepts on sugar had come about. This is pre-Randall, and some of the stuff that he was doing, he didn't realize that he wasn't engaging the Randall cycle, and the reasons why some of the stuff that he did worked. But it's really interesting to understand. So physiology is a much more complex picture, and there's still a lot of things in terms of biochemistry and physiology that we still don't really understand. And we have, let's say, there's a lot of things we assume that are happening, but we don't have true mechanistic proof. That means there's strong evidence for it, but we don't have. It's sort of like sort of the level of energy production. If you account for all the actual biochemical processes, all the that are happening inside the mitochondria, there seems to be something, slightly missing. And I think when you add deuterium, you add light into that, and you add basically, this production of metabolic water, so from at the same time as you're basically producing carbon dioxide and getting rid of it as a waste product, you're also producing metabolic water. And the actual mitochondria, they're not really interested in the ATP. That's their byproduct that ends up as energy that we use. But really, at the fundamental level, because at the end of the day, you've got adenosine, which basically, you're actually whether it's a monophosphate or a diphosphate or triphosphate, really at the fundamental end is you're basically just ripping one, sticking the other one on, and basically creating this byproduct energy through a protein gradient that goes through complex 5. So that's what's actually pushing it together. So the protons that are going through, running through there and rotating, at very high speed, they are basically, gluing. So they're taking those two ADPs and literally ripping, one of those, and sticking with that phosphate on and creating a monophosphate to basically particle that basically it goes away, and that will build up. And that will build up the energy. And usually, I'm not going to go into beta oxidation now and stuff like that, but you know what I'm getting at. People focused on that side, and that's important for us as a species, or all mammalia, all animals in nature that use basically coupled, not uncoupled, but coupled basically energy production or ATP synthase. But at the end of the day, the mitochondria are more interested in basically getting rid of those waste products, which is ATP and carbon dioxide, and basically creating metabolic water, because it creates a transistor-like effect around and actually improves the efficiency and functioning of the mitochondria. Because remember, the mitochondria are like a primitive bacteria that got into the cell and stayed and became friends with the cell and basically created energy from oxygen, using oxygen, oxidative phosphorylation as it's called. So that's so the thing is, sometimes we have a tendency of sort of having this sort of very reductionist sort of view, which is important to understand those steps, how they work and all that. But we need to be very careful that we don't subscribe, like a lot in the keto community and low carb community tend to ascribe that basically that pure sugar is more inflammatory than a standard diet. Because that can be very dangerous as well, when they say that, because it's basically wrong. But and fructose in high amounts, you can basically consume very high amounts of fructose, and basically have fairly low insulin and fairly low inflammatory biomarkers. Yep. But it's not optimal. You can't do it forever, because basically you're going to be nutrient deficient like the fruitarians, So, not going to work for you in the long run. You'll break down. You won't get enough of the aminos. You won't get enough of the fats and all that you require, cholesterol that you require, because those are the building blocks of cells, cell structure, cell walls, enzymes, and everything else. So, these people are just basically waste away. So, you can lose weight. Bloody hell, you can lose weight very easy on such a diet. But it's not a diet that actually is very, some of these old doctors like Walter, he understood, doesn't work long term, and you have to basically heavily supplement while you're doing it. So use it for a weight loss thing. Anyway, I won't spoil it for Pim, because we had a chat and she'll give me a hard time. She'll spank me. Ooh, I'm scared. I've been told by Bart I should be. Okay, speaking of baking soda, there's a diploma mill doctor called Mark Circus, who's been telling people for years that eating baking soda will alkalinize your body and cure all disease. Oh, so another crackpot. Is that what we're talking about? To absorb food, you basically need a highly acidic. The body has buffers, the ability to basically breathe out carbon dioxide is a way of getting rid of acidity. You can get it. You can urinate. If you urinate out acidic acid, you'll urinate out or basically exhale it, through your lungs. So the body has buffering systems, doesn't need to be alkalinized. Your blood pH is bound in a very tight. Most pH around the body is all bound to different levels very tightly. If we go out of that range of pH, that's when we get into trouble. And so if you're eating species appropriate diet, there's no requirement at all. On top of that, most of the alkalizing sort of substances, sodas and sort of drinks and stuff like that, they tend to be highly processed. Highly processed alkalized substances tend to be high in deuterium. So if you've got high deuterium and you overload the mitochondria with too much deuterium, it can't deplete it because there's a rate limiting effect. So beyond a certain point, you'll get within that protein gradients that goes through the complexes. You're pushing all these protons through. Okay, so you're getting all these basically, and if you basically get any neutrons through there, not a good thing. So if you've got too much deuterium, which is the other stable isotope of hydrogen, so you're pushing too many hydrogen ions through, and basically you've got some of those that are deuterium. So you're getting neutrons. So in the center, on a standard, normal hydrogen, there's only one proton. In the deuterium, there's a proton, and you've got a neutron in there. That neutron is larger in different size, slightly larger. And what it does is, when it goes through the actual complex, it damages it, slows it down. If there's too many, it can actually damage it and destroy it. So too much deuterium basically can be a mitochondrial damage, have a damaging effect on the mitochondrial energy production, so ATP synthase. So basically, if you consume some of this sort of stuff, and a lot of the alkalinized waters tend to be very high in deuterium compared to standard water and many other things, they're actually got deuterium levels even higher than basically raw sugar. So as a consequence, they can overload the system if you consume too many of them. Small amounts probably won't do it, but large amounts definitely will. A lot of these crackpots do recommend large amounts, unfortunately. So no, the body has buffering methods to be able to deal with all of this stuff. The first sign of cancer? The first sign of cancer is basically when your urine goes from a pH of being acidic to alkaline. So basically your body, your homeostasis is actually being disturbed because of the, and your body's trying to fight the actual, this disease state, and it literally goes into a wacky situation. So, yeah. And most of these people say, oh, you're building up a lot of acidity. No, you're losing a lot of alkalinity because this is, and around the actual, sort of, environment that actually the cancer lives, it actually tries to create a more alkaline environment to protect itself. So You know, there are some cancers that do the opposite, but, so the thing is, it's just nonsense. A lot of these people, have this sort of reductionist nonsense. I don't know where it comes from, but, probably from homeopathic sort of nonsense, on steroids. It's just, body knows what it's doing. It knows how to buffer things. As long as it's healthy, it knows how to buffer things. If you dysregulate it with inappropriate foods, then things go wacky, and any amount of, this sort of fluid and all that's not going to change. Because I've seen stuff where you can actually have that and still it has no effect. So, there are plenty of people that have crazy ideas. There are plenty of people that have died consuming massive amounts of alkalizing substances, thinking that it would save them from cancer. It didn't. And there are many people that have done the same thing with, with antioxidants, massive amounts of antioxidants, and eventually killed themselves quicker because you need some reactive oxygen species. So not only can the normal cells use the antioxidants, but also the cancer cells can as well to protect themselves. So the normal cells can withstand some level of stress. The cancer cells can't. So it's actually better to actually increase that oxidative, that ROS effect to base, so that's what the chemotherapy does, increase the ROS effect. So, but the problem is it causes a lot of, other damage to normal cells, so it doesn't really help that way, and actually weakens the immune system, and then those cancer cells then come back with a vengeance because they're in an environment with a weakened immune system to fight them off. So it's modern day medicine. It doesn't help, and then you've got modern day medicine that basically doesn't have a solution. And then you've got these crackpots that are giving false hope to people. So there's only one real at the moment. Deuterium depleted water is being used in the EU. It's been registered as a grade anti-cancer treatment for animals. So in veterinary science, deuterium depleted water being produced in Hungary. They basically have low deuterium water, and they actually give it to the dogs or cats or whatever that have got cancer, and they reverse their cancer. Because basically what they do is they basically get the mitochondria to start producing more energy, and as more energy ramps up, the cell starts repairing itself, starts healing itself, starts operating itself, and starts reversing that cancer state. I think that's the theory. Hasn't been proven, but it seems to work in that regard. So I'll tell you one thing. If I had cancer, I'd be one. I've said to people, I want you to treat me like a dog. I'll even put a collar on if it works. Yes. So look, there's a lot of crap out there, and the guy behind a lot of the deuterium depletion and this sort of area of quantum biology. It's a guy, Laszlo Boris, out of the UCLA University of LA, California. He's a Hungarian, and most of the actual greatest, he basically is close. His parents were close friends with one of the greatest Nobel Prize winners. This is back in the 30s when Hungarians, Austrians, and Germans were basically, writing the books on biochemistry and biophysics and a lot of this sort of stuff. So Krebs cycle, Citrix, all this sort of stuff, so, So basically that's the sort of people that I look for inspiration and knowledge. I don't look at these crackpots, they got nothing to show. Sort of nonsense that people come up with, just ridiculous. I mean, I thought this alkalizing bullshit had gone away. It's been disproven so many times, even by the officialdom as well. Even they sort of, to some extent, gave it a bit of credence in the past, but they've jettisoned it as well, because all the pathways of basically for balancing out pH in all the different parts of the body, we've worked it all out. biochem and biophysicists have basically worked out all the mechanisms of how this works. So it's proven science. So I cannot understand how this pseudoscience can still persist. Yeah, crazy world we live in. 100 push-ups. Oh man. Yes, Luke is the beast of Brazil. It's easy. Oh, you haven't done it. You haven't done an image for me tonight. Probably tomorrow. We do have tomorrow. I think regular ingestion of sodium bicarbonate would wreck digestion in the long run. Yep. That stomach needs to be acidic. The more acidic it is, the better. At the end of the day, you need to basically break down and denature protein in the stomach with high levels of acidity. You need to basically break all this sort of stuff in there, basic amino acids and fatty acids and all that, and you need to be able to absorb them properly, That's why the body breaks everything down into small little bits and then absorbs them and makes use of them. And even basically, when they ingest, they come through the actual, what is it called? Through the pericellular of the gut lining. And on the other side, that's where the chylomicrons sit. The chylomicrons get released every couple of, seconds. They circulate in the body anywhere from between 15 minutes to an hour, sometimes less. Usually it's about 15 to 25 minutes. If you've got a slow lymphatic system because you're basically very sedentary, can take up to an hour. If you're more athletic, your body, you move because basically you don't have blood pressure to push through the lymphatic system, the chylomicrons. So if you can possibly push them around a bit faster. And then, as there's signaling that comes back and the body knows, okay, we've used that amount. There's remnant chylomicron, and that goes back to the liver. Then it'll release more and more, and that's how we absorb food over a couple of hours and all that sort of stuff in small little bits. And in those chylomicrons, there'll be vitamins, all the sort of the fat-soluble vitamins and stuff like that, and your coenzyme Q10, from your food if you're eating the right food, species-appropriate foods, and all that sort of stuff, and it just sits there waiting to basically be circulated. Quite a sophisticated system that works very well, unless we humans wreck it or interfere with it. So if we eat the right food, the more protein or animal type proteins you eat, the more your pH goes down, the more acidic your stomach becomes. So that tells you something. What is the appropriate food? Most animals have a highly acidic stomach, anywhere between, around the 3 mark. Even ruminants, will have around, 3 or 4 around that level. If you think a cow, it goes through all these fermentation, and then at the end, what is it digesting in the last stomach? So it poops out all the fibrous stuff and all the other stuff, the waste products, and then in the last stomach, it actually pushes all these little organisms. So bacteria, protozoa, little, sort of yeasty type sort of organisms. There's a couple of others, microorganisms that actually just are grown and fermented. It's not only bacteria. Everybody talks bacteria. No. You've got protozoa. You've got all these things, yeast and all sorts of things. And they basically, all these little organisms grow. They fill up that last stomach, which is very acidic within the actual cow. So the cow is basically a pure carnivore. At the end, at the last stomach, it's pure carnivore. All the other stuff gets shitted out. So it's basically absorbing all those bacteria have done the good work of modifying all that, and then consuming some of those. So you get a few short-chain fatty acids, but if you look at milk products, you look at that, they don't have very vast amounts of short chain fatty acids. They have a small amount because, to a large extent, that those little organisms have consumed some of that stuff as well, and then they've grown and become really large and big. They've built large, frames and forms, and basically what the cow ends up absorbing is a lot of some short chain fatty acids, but a lot of your long chain fatty acids and stuff like that. That's where all the long chain fatty acids in the milk come from. They don't magically appear out of nowhere. It's from these little organisms. So if you take a look at the digestive tract of all ruminants, it's basically at the end, the final stages, basically breaking down this protein and fat of these organisms and some of the stuff that's actually been acquired through the fermentation that these organisms did. And they grew in abundance and actually were pushed through to the last stomach. So, most animals do not use sugar in nature. Sugar is very rare in nature. It's seasonal and for a very short amount of time. And fructose has been used primarily to fatten up. That's what, works perfectly. It's a perfect system. We fuck it up when we start doing all these crazy things that people talk about. You stick to meat, you acidify your stomach sufficiently, it will work properly. And then everything below that will flow properly. Your liver will work properly. You'll release the bile that it needs. Your pancreas will work properly. It will release the enzymes that they require, to basically deal with these nutrients that are coming in. Everything flows beautifully. All the materials that the body needs to build all those enzymes to transcript through RNA transcription in the actual cell. It'll build all these little nano machines, these enzymes that will go around these proteins and do all their wonderful work. And that's what we need. That is the ideal way of actually eating and living and all that. And because of the modern world, we've moved away from that. If you go back, I remember even when I was in Greece as a youngster, it was all seasonal. You couldn't get actually watermelons or anything like that. So I always look forward to around about August, towards the end of the summer and all that for the watermelon, the big damn watermelons. And I just used to pig out on watermelon, and stuff like that. So, and on things like, figs, bloody hell. Once I literally pigged out so much, I literally had the runs and my mother gave me a hard time about it. So rightfully so. Yes, she was right. At least people back then understood that too much sugar is not a good thing. Yes, I just don't know where the whole. Yeah, I don't. I've got no idea as well. I've never really looked into it. The first time I actually saw it, I realised it was a complete and utter crackpottery. I believe it was from Dr. Shelby. Okay, organic orgasm, who heavily promoted his. So this guy's a male. Okay. So yeah, so organic orgasm. Basically, it's this Dr. Shelby guy. Let's just look him up for a sec. Okay, Doctor. Okay, Dr. Shelby. Who is? Okay. Okay, I'll look into that. I'll take a bit of a look now that I. So basically it's a plant-based diet developed by Dr. Shelby. So SEBI. So it's this guy here. So he actually worked with Michael Jackson. It didn't really help him, did it? Michael Jackson had a whole lot of health issues. This is the guy. He looks like he's half dead. So it's probably one of those crackpots that uses these big motive words and stuff like that, but basically has no idea, because basically when it comes to hydrogen ions, fruit ain't it, mate. Fruit ain't it, because fruit's got too much deuterium. So if he had any understanding, but basically he's got this, I suspect, this sort of illogical approach. The other thing is that sugar has more. When you have more deuterium, you also have a different sort of mix of certain carbon, so sort of molecules as well. So it's a bit more complicated, but I will do that deuterium thing at some stage to go really into it and explain a lot of it. But I don't think we're going to get much from this guy. He looks like he's half dead. God, doesn't look very healthy. It's not doing much for him. So he died in the Honduran jail of pneumonia after he was caught trying to launder thousands of US dollars. So his diet really didn't work for him, did it? That he could die from pneumonia and all that. He wasn't robust enough to survive. Look, he looks like he's half dead there, like very weak and all that. He's probably been doing, a sort of a semi-fruitarian diet. And apparently he was helping Michael Jackson. Poor bastard, no wonder he died. And he had all those ailments and problems that he had to take a whole lot of painkillers for. And that's what I mean. It's these sort of crackpots that basically, reductionist crackpots that go around the world, killing people. Absolutely, Yes. Traditionally speaking, did the Greeks eat many nightshade vegetables? They didn't exist, mate. Nightshade vegetables didn't exist. They're all nightshade vegetables, like potatoes. They all come from the Americas. So, nope. And I've done a thing on the ancient Greeks showing quite clearly that most of their diet was made up of ruminant animals primarily, and some small amounts of coastal fish. So small coastal fish. And so that was the one that I did, which is at the north part of the Peloponnese, which is basically the heartland of Greece, even to this day. So you can't get more Greek than that part of the world, even to this day, that region, you hardly see a foreigner anywhere. So it's pretty much Greek as Greek can get in that regard. And those people basically were very much pastorals, like my great-grandfather who lived to 107, pastoral, hated vegetables, just ate meat and a lot of dairy products. So very physically active, very strong man, died from pneumonia at a very, but, shit happens at that age, you're not as robust at 107. Yeah, but if he had survived, if there was the modern sort of methods today to basically deal with a pneumonia, he probably wouldn't have died. He probably would have gone a bit longer. It's just a bit unlucky. My grandfather went the same way. He was 87 and died from pneumonia. So 2 years older than what my father currently is, who's 85. And his brother died from pneumonia at 87. So there are a lot of people in the world that do have the pneumonia bacteria inside that's suppressed. I probably have it as well, unfortunately. And at the end of the day, when you become weak from virus and infection, stuff like that, you become susceptible. So that's what took some of my family away from me, and I was very close to my grandfather. So yeah, really annoyed me when he went. I thought he would get, because he was right. He had no ailment, took no drugs. I mean, he could walk down a cliffside in his 80s. He was a very strong man. But communicable diseases still can kill to this day. So you get the flu, get a bad case of the flu, you could be cactus or pushing up daisies, as someone would say. Hello, good to see you. Oh, I'm going to cry. Ooh. Yes, Lucas, it's good to see you. Okay, let's see if we can get a few other questions in here. Wagyu beef, is it okay? I want to order. Look, yeah, it's nice and fatty. I've actually had both Wagyu beef, and I've also had Wagyu sausages. They are really nice. I've got some Wagyu free range organic sausages. Bloody hell, they were nice. They make them quite thin, but they're really nice. And yes, I did pig out once at a barbecue on those. So I bought a couple of packs, and I ended up eating the majority of them. My mate looked at me and said, "Haven't you had enough?" No. I'm a bit like that with food sometimes. Yes. I do like, when I like something, I do really like it. Yeah, sort of. Just reading too many things from a young age. I do have a good memory for things. That's probably helps. I've got good recall. So it's not only reading a lot of things, but also good recall. I mean, I was much better when I was younger. I could basically read an entire book, and then I could memorize every single fucking paragraph and word for word, literally read it out and literally hammer my opponents when I had political arguments or whatever. So yeah, I have a bit of a talent for that. So it does help, because I can just off the cuff like that just come up with something, because it's just in there. I just have to pull it out. Yes. I would say it's probably my upbringing more than genes. I don't think genes had much to do. I was very average and a very dumb average young kid until I went to Greece and got exposed to a different type of world and had acquired an interest for learning, not only sports. So I have to thank Greece for that far more than anything else. You're sort of in that environment. You're expected to basically be both a bookworm and a jock at the same time. It's a very different culture. I used to play soccer and then argue all sorts of things, philosophy and all that at the age of 15. I even, my first publication in an anarchist newspaper was at the age of 15 on religion. So yes, I've done a bit of a 180 degrees on that issue, but I've been around a lot of things. Let's say I used to build radio sort of station type things. I'm not saying neither confirm or deny that I ran one, but yeah. So let's say I've been involved in all sorts of things. I blame my mate that came out of the special forces, taught us all. But anyway, long story. Yes, different time. But yeah, look, I have to thank my father for taking me back into that environment and actually exposing me from my little home in Tasmania and into this big world, and making me interested in learning. That's really is. It's a passion for learning. I think if you can instill a passion of learning in anyone, they can become just as good as me, possibly even better. I think it's really that simple. Look at the IQ levels in Africa. They're going through the roof compared to the previous generation because they've been exposed to so much information around the world, and they're acquiring this information through their mobile phone networks. And so the levels are just going through the roof. So I think it's more the environment that actually, your genes, because of epigenetics, your genes will switch on or switch off, will push up certain pathways, will improve the capacity. If you exercise in a certain way, you'll strengthen your muscles. If you exercise your mind, you will strengthen your mind's capacity to basically build much more complex neuro pathways and neuro structures. So ultimately, I think, the best thing you can do to people is basically encourage them to be adventurous with their minds. That's the best thing you can do. And never stop learning or having an interest in learning. And even if you don't understand it the first time, listen to it again. Even to this day, sometimes there are things that I don't understand, and I will read them again until I understand them and break them down and put little notes. That's how, the reason why I'm able to basically explain these things in much more simplistic terms than some of the people that have studied them as biochemists or that, is because basically I read the stuff and then I make all these simplified notes. So I simplify for myself and then reread it with those notes. And then I can basically explain it in that simplistic terms to other people. So I think that's another reason why Bart sometimes drags me on to basically to simplify the message, is because I can do that, because I've learned to do that in that way. Because at the end of the day, if you can't basically get something across to people, you're wasting your time. Well, that's my personal opinion, but where others will get on there, try to, I don't know whether it's an ego thing for them. They need to, for their own subs, to basically show that they're smart. So they'll use all these bigger convoluted words and try to make themselves sound, smart or intelligent like that. But at the end of the day, I've been a sufferer with cardiovascular disease. At the end of the day, if I can't help other people and pass that knowledge and all that, then what am I doing here? I'm wasting my time. I could basically be enjoying my free time doing other things in that regard. So I do it for a reason. In that regard. So, yeah, I know other people have other reasons why they do it. Everybody's got their reasons. Everybody's got their own approach and all that. And that's my approach and my reasoning. Let's see what looks good. I love it. Oops. Falling over the blocking line, getting in. Let me just share that. Let's come up with another one. Another good one. Oops. Let me. I like the eyes. It looks a bit like, looks like one of those in an X fighter in Star Wars. I could be wrong. Thanks, mate. Oops. I lost my spot. I'll come back to that. Eurostream, better lighting on Harry's face. And it's the way it reflects on the blue blocking glasses. Can't do anything about it. Tomorrow morning, I won't have to wear them. So heard mine. Mine is for COVID-19 purposes only. What was that? Not sure. Isso com as manos. Imicuras menos. I'm tired. Yes, yes. I know what you mean. Anyway, mate, if you need to go, go. I know you, because you guys are in New Zealand, so now it's just slightly over 12 o'clock. So it's 12:20 in New Zealand. So it's, yes. I do understand and sympathize, mate. Show my age. Yes, yes, we're all getting old. Can't do much about it. Oh, look, we can. I mean, if you can keep your redox potential up, you can keep your NAD plus up. Now you know why basically I do niacin and stuff like that. To try and keep it up. But at the same time, I try to, just adding more niacin in, or NAD plus, or precursors for that, to increase the redox potential of the mitochondria, But at the end of the day, if you're basically putting shit in, you're having that, you're taking those sort of supplements, and then basically at the end of the day, putting a whole lot of things that are high in deuterium, like sugar, things like that, and actually, impeding the ability to produce ATP, it's not going to sort of work. You're going to sort of ram, you're going to increase energy production at this part, and then basically you won't be able to, you'll end up bleeding out after complex 4. You'll end up bleeding out basically electrons and creating a lot of reactive oxygen species. So that's why I say to people that, a lot of supplements, they promise you one thing, but they could be doing other things to you that are deleterious if you don't fix the other things. So it's one reason why I sort of ignore the supplement world, because let's see, more comments. Okay, another actual question. G'day, Daniel. Good to see you. Another New Zealander. So, yes, it's beyond your bedtime, isn't it, mate? God, these New Zealand blokes, it's like Bart. They get, it's they burn the midnight oil. What's your opinion on high fat in terms of protein to fat ratios? Basically, for men, 1:1. For women who have bigger fat store requirements, 1.2 to 0.8. So that's my sort of approach to those ratios. And it seems to work better, which basically sort of translates to, for men, 30 to 35% protein, 65 to 70% fat. For women, basically 20 to 25% protein, and the rest again in the same sort of order, 75 to 80% fat. So that's the sort of approach. And usually when people do that, they actually feel better. Women feel better with a bit more fat, and men feel a bit better with a bit more protein. And it's same thing in the chimps. You look at the chimps, lean cuts. They have lean cuts of meat. So they go out, hunt, they kill all these animals, and they actually, because anything that's fermented will be short chain fatty acid, and you may get a few medium chain triglycerides here and there in the diet. But they basically just go directly through the portal vein, directly to the liver, get converted to ketone bodies. Not an issue. No, but long chain fatty acids, that's a different story. So that's where you need sufficient storage. And as I showed in the chimp, they have very little, 0.005, it's fuck all, they have very little storage. So they're more designed for those fast twitching muscles, glycolytic pathway. So they basically use more gluconeogenesis for their energy and do not store much fat. And that's why they don't have the capacity to range, to go long distances like humans had the ability to range, because we had fat stores to keep us going. But that was the difference between us and them. But our evolutionary, those differences where men have less storage compared to women in terms of fat, it's another reason why men get sicker than women. It's another reason why we hit the threshold of the Randall cycle, and we hit the adipose storage limit. That's what I meant to say, not that creates the other one. So this is downstream where you're actually filling up the fat cells. Women have more than us. So we will hit the diabetic stage before they do. That's why men get sicker before women. So women have got more capacity and require more because of their hormonal sort of state. They require more fat for their hormones than we do. So there are really good physiological reasons why. They also required it because it was a method of storing enough calories for the next child that came along. So there are good reasons for it, and that's why they do better with more energy. That's why women can handle also glucose much better than men for the same reason. They can actually manage energy much better than males. But too much protein is just, they can't build the big muscles that men, unless they use steroids. And even then, they never get to the big size that the men can. It's just physiologically not possible for them. And it's the same thing with the actual female chimps. They got more storage. So they primarily, with their young, they go and actually get into the termite mounds. And they actually pull all those termites out that have got 70% protein and 30% fat. 23% fat. And the rest is all the other stuff. Oops, mistake. And basically, but the males don't do that because they've got no fat storage capacity. So they go hunt little monkeys. They do give to their females. They'll come and actually ask. They'll put their hand out like that and they actually ask for a bit of a serving. But, they don't consume as much as the males. The males can consume up to a ton of meat a year, so they're pretty good hunters. And, so that's the big difference. And that is basically, our common ancestor had similar physiology. So we come from that. So that's why I stick to those sort of ratios, because they make, in terms of physiology, when you look at how much fat storage women have to men, those sort of, you have to basically think physiology. The body needs energy. The body needs, cholesterol, needs proteins, needs all these building blocks and the energy, substrate for that body to work properly. So what are the combinations and the requirements for that body? So it has to be specific to that. And any woman that I've actually spoken to, and it's another reason why women tend to have more of a sweet tooth than men, and men tend to be more savory, unless you're a soy boy, had to get that in. Couldn't help myself. Love the Greek welcoming culture. Yep, yeah, it's goes way back to the ancient times, very much. And even the other thing that I like, while Greece has a warrior culture, still to today. I mean, I experienced it, that they do still have a warrior culture. This sort of, so. Yes, let's say I got in quite a few fights, and one reason why my nose is broken, as you can see, and never healed properly. So we still have that sort of, young men are very competitive and very, everybody's trying to, get one up on. So it's a very competitive culture in that regard. Not a lot has changed, but at the same time, they are very, welcoming, very generous with their time, and very, anybody that's been to Greece, hospitality is, next to, pretty good, as most people would attest. So Islanders do more of the, destroying of dishes and stuff like that, far more than a lot of the mainlanders, in that regard. I'm a mainlander, I'm not an islander, So yeah, but I mean, that tradition comes from the Anatolian, the Greeks that came from Anatolia, which is the coastline, the sort of the east, the western part of what is today Turkey, from those parts, and the islanders themselves. A lot of them had some of these traditions in that regard. A lot of the people from I come from the West Coast, and the West Coast is a bit, pretty much, if you go from sort of Macedonia right over to Epirus, which is the northwest, right through to the west coast and all the Peloponnese, it's very much part of that Doric tribe, like the Spartans, Doric tribe. And so there are those regional differences in cultural sort of, I think that the islanders are more lively than us in some regards. I have to be honest. I mean, the people from Peloponnese tend to be more stoic, far more, especially the Peloponnese, where my ancestry primarily comes from. As I think I showed you guys that the southern part of the Peloponnese, primarily where Sparta is, those sort of areas, is where my strongest genetic roots are. But it's a very, as my dear friend Luke would say, a very rich tapestry of regional cultural differences. Yes, so one way of character, but fundamentally, that strong sort of the sort of being generous with their time and stuff like that is pretty much pervasive throughout the whole Greek. It just, we may express it slightly differently, in a sense, is what I'm trying to say in that regard. That's sort of the difference. But yeah, I have to say I do enjoy some of that dancing, and I've been to clubs and we've broken plates as well and stuff like that, and I sort of enjoy that. It's a very liberating, actually. Some of that sort of type of dancing comes from, it's the sort of the urban 30s. It's sort of, basically, if you think back, it's sort of like in America you had that sort of the urban 30s, the criminal element and stuff like that, and it was really that sort of music, and and some of the music, some of the words and some of the lyrics of, especially some of the older stuff, you would look at rap music today, and where there were a lot of, let's say, inappropriate words being said within the lyrics. And back in the 1930s, that's the sort of language they were using in some of these the songs, especially the ones where you see freestyle dancing and all that. That's the sort of, comes back from that sort of era of, that sort of the Greek blues and that criminal element back in the 1930s and stuff like that. So it's a very interesting. I love dancing like that myself. So yes, it's I miss that to some extent. I don't really find that here. So yeah, it's something that I do miss. Yep. Yep, that's exactly true. You're welcome, Bo. Yep. Yes, when you suffer, you sort of it sort of does change the way you view the world. Yeah, Luke, I knew that it was, yes, may the force be with you. Actually, I was what was I doing yesterday? Last night, I don't know for what reason, I actually went back and tried to I actually watched one of the old Babylon 5 sort of movies. Sort of, I was doing something on my computer and I said, oh, I'm bored. I need something just in the background. I just put something on. And it was the one, where they go into third space, where they sort of tap into third space and those other evil types come in from third space. So, yes. Okay. So you had a siesta, mate. Ow. You're more Greek than me, mate. Yes, occasionally I do have a bit of a siesta. I mean, the guy that does all the vids on fasting and all that, Seam, that guy, he was actually had a video a while back. It's one that I popped up and I actually saw it and I said, that's interesting, but because it was actually on doing these little sleep patterns. I don't watch all of his, but that interested me. So I did watch it. And he actually showed all these different styles of sleeping patterns that you can actually do. And some of them are not too bad. I mean, there was one that somebody came up. I think it was also some of the, who was the Nicholas Tesla. He basically, I think he was the one that had the, he would take these multiple naps all day, like short naps, and then just continue working. I don't think it's that healthy, but he sort of did that. And he had certain other styles of sort of sleeping and napping and all that seemed to really work well, where he was able to do less hours. And I've noticed myself when I have my diet's clean completely and I'm in a ketotic state and I have like a midday nap, small little naps here and there, 15 minutes here, 15 minutes there. I notice that at night I probably only need 5 hours, 6 hours, where now that I'm not doing that, I end up sleeping for 7 hours or more, which is fine, but it just means that, I could have more time on my hands, but I've still got question marks on maybe short term. If you're doing a project, it'd be a good hack to do, and it doesn't seem to increase any inflammation in any deleterious way. But long term, I'm not sure. So I'm a bit still cagey about whether it's something that I really want to do as a short term option. Yeah, I would say that I would definitely basically look at something like that. Yeah, it's a sort of the 1-to-1 ratio. You're looking at grams, not kilocalories. You're looking at grams, and then we sort of consider fat to be 9 kilocalories and sort of per gram, and but it doesn't really work out that way. And because really we don't really oxidize protein. I mean, we may convert some protein to oxidize it as an energy source. There are some amino acids that can be oxidized, but it's the body very rarely does that. It primarily tries to use fat and sugar, but it's only in extreme circumstances where it may, or when you have an excess of, that's why I don't subscribe to that some people out there that are talking about these massive, like 40-50% protein. No, that's just too much. That's why I sort of stick to the 30-35%, which is basically a 1-to-1. So if you look at the grams, if you've got a fatty cut of meat, that's what I mean, a fatty cut of meat. If you don't have a fatty cut of meat, that could be an issue. You may not be getting enough. I'm not saying that you'll get rabbit starvation, but you may not get the energy and feel sort of suboptimal. So you may want to throw some, things like butter or ghee or stuff like that into the picture, which is an option. Or try and actually get more fatter cuts of meat, or actually even go to a butcher and say, can I have your trimmings? Because that's what I do. I actually get trimmings, like fat pieces of trimmings. And when I cook a steak, I'll actually cook some of these trimmings. They're really nicer. And I don't cook them much, just turn them over and all that nice. They're still nice and spongy and soft. Wow. It's like blue it's like having fat as blue type thing, and it's really nice. So that's one of my things. But yeah, some people can't access, like they don't have a butcher in the area, and that can be a real damn problem. So you may have to basically consider, if you're going to get the sort of that 1-to-1 in terms of grams for protein to fat, you may have to consider potentially butter or other sources like that. It can be a bit of an issue, and it's sort of hard to basically, because remember that within the actual steak itself, there's fat linings through the different parts of the actual steak, because all cells, remember the steak is made up of a whole lot of cells. All those cells have basically they've basically got fat, cholesterol, in their membranes. So it may look like there's more protein there because of the hemoglobin, that makes it look so red. But at the same time, really, it's, if you're basically to break all that up and actually account for the fat, the cholesterol in there that you can't visibly see because you can only see all that redness, there is more fat in that steak than what you really realize, in a sense. So if you have a steak that's not lean, not trimmed, but it actually has still the large piece of fat on it and all that, which is a regular cut of meat, that's probably going to be a 1-to-1 ratio approximately. And if it's not exactly, and you try that and you go, I could do with a bit more, just add a bit of butter, just add a bit and see how you go. And if you basically feel, this is really satisfying, this is good, you've probably hit that 1-to-1 ratio. So it's a bit of a trial and error, and it takes a bit of time. I used to basically calculate everything. I'd get it. I'd check the company to find out exactly what their, and I used to buy specific cuts of meat that actually had like they'd actually stuck the thing on the label that actually explained how much there was in this in terms of fats and proteins and all that. So I could basically get a visual idea of what I was consuming. So you can get and over time now I've got a visual understanding, and I can see that and go, okay, this is the amount that's in there. It makes it a hell of a lot easier. So that's the sort of way I would try and understand it. And it's the reason why sometimes I go and buy like pork rashers, which are just full of fat, and sometimes I'll have a steak. If it's a leaner cut of steak, I'll have a steak, and then I'll throw a few pork rashers in there and have those as well. So, and if that satisfies me, I go, yep, if it's a bit over or a bit under or whatever, not a big issue. I don't go crazy about it. As long as it's close to those sort of ratios, it's the best thing. It's the same thing with women. Don't get too wound up. It's basically a bit of trial and error, trying different things, and then looking at the composition of the meat that you're consuming, and then the trims or different parts, and say, am I being satisfied by that? And then adding a bit of the others, a bit more fat, and then seeing where your threshold of satisfaction, where you say, well, I feel energized, I feel comfortable, I feel fine. I don't need any more than that. And your body you have to really listen to your body. If you listen to your body, you won't have these sort of issues. You'll realize, yep, I've sort of got to that sweet spot in that regard. Okay. Harry, how good would you consuming raw whey be for building muscles? No different than actually powdered whey or anything like that. The only difference between powdered whey is probably the concentration, and that's one thing. So you'd get more of an anabolic boost. So you'd have to drink more raw whey compared to the powdered stuff. And remember, whey will give you double the insulin effect of glucose. So pure glucose will give you, will hit the 4 in terms of insulin. It will double to 8. So if you're trying to build muscle and you want a bit of more anabolism, give pork a miss, because pork is the lowest insulinogenic food, so it raises insulin the least. That's why a lot of populations like the Okinawans and people like that but also they don't engage the Randall cycle. They're always consuming. Remember what I said about the Okinawans? 80% until you're full is their tradition, and most Japanese follow that tradition of 80% until you're full, so you're still a bit hungry, and that means you hardly ever engage the Randall cycle, even with mixed macros. So because you've got a culture there that limits you from doing that. So that's one of their longevity secrets in that regard. But the other side to things is they have low insulinogenic foods, which is pork is the lowest insulinogenic. It raises insulin the least. So combining it with a lot of carbs actually is a better meat than beef. But that's a side issue. But in terms of for basically you want quick, that quick anabolic effect just before as a good pump. So I would have the whey about 30 to 20 minutes before I did my reps. So that's when I would, and then basically about half an hour later to about 45 minutes before I had something which was like eggs, casein, which are slow absorbing, because you want that slow absorbing aminos, that amino pool to remain replete over a number of hours as you're basically you're building, repairing, because your body, after the whole reason for doing that is getting the hormetic effect. You're getting the tissue that's being in a sense being put under stress and causing it to basically be repaired and remodeled and rebuilt and into a stronger, so it can withstand that weight. The whole reason by lifting weights to exhaustion is basically to force the body to say, okay, I need to build stronger muscles. And so it goes back, and then you need slow release. Problem with whey, a lot of people I hear use whey like after again. And I'm going, that's wrong. It's fast release. And you get it, you're going very high, spiking and then dropping off rapidly. And the problem is the amino pool drops below a certain level and it becomes slightly catabolic. You defeat the whole purpose. So always use pre-workout, use whey. Post-workout, use casein or eggs. General dairy, because general dairy has much lower levels of, especially cheeses, has more casein, less whey, because it's creamed off from the cheese production. So yeah, so basically that's the sort of approach. Yeah, so yeah, whey can be useful. And raw whey is just, it's because it's a fluid, it's going to be less concentrated compared to. Some people say it's definitely, in terms of for the body itself, it's probably much better raw if you're basically looking at it from a health side as well. So from a health side as well, you're going to get, there is more richness in that whey in terms of enzymes and other things in it that basically are can be very beneficial for the body. But if you're just trying to get the anabolic boost and all that, a concentrate of whey, whether it's a raw concentrate or whether it's a supplement, is probably going to be, but then again, I'd go for the raw concentrate rather than the supplement. And the reason for the supplement is more refined, it is more deuterium it has. That's the only reason. So I want good, healthy mitochondria to basically do more work. If you're young, you can get away with it. At my age, at 54, not a good idea. When you get older, you basically need to really keep those mitochondria nice and happy and not dying off. So, yes, hope I answered with another rant. Thanks, Harry. I've increased my fat levels to around 200 grams per day and feel awesome. Yep. Yeah, look, I love fat trimmings. I just, sometimes I have too many. I need to be careful not to overdo it as well, so we can overdo it. But yeah, so yeah, try and, everybody's got a different threshold slightly when it comes to, it may be, 1.1, you know what I mean, rather than 1, and have a much more positive effect. I find just a bit more fat seems to work much better for me, where my father, on the other hand, seems to, when there's more protein, seems to satisfy him far more. So, it's one of those things. There can be certain levels of individuality in that regard. And even with women, some may need more fat, some, can do with much less. So that's why I say, 25 to 20 to 25, or for men, 30 to 35. I sort of stick to the protein side around 30 rather than 35, where, people like, Sean Baker, are more in the 35 or plus. Don't look at the large amount of food that he has there. Sometimes you see all that piles of meat and all that, but he's a big boy. He's over 6 foot. He's a mountain. He's got a lot of mass to support. So, a lot of people, sort of sometimes say, "Oh, well, fuck, he's eating." I can't eat that. Well, you're not supposed to, mate. If you're not big enough, like that guy, you're not supposed to basically be consuming the same amount of quantity. I mean, do you want to engage the Randall cycle? I mean, I say to people, on any diet, you can get fat. There are different metabolic pathways. So, for instance, on a high sugar diet, you're more ravenous because you've got all these glycemic shocks and all that, and you're likely to basically be more hungry. You see basically, people that are vegans and all that. They just, like a durian rider, Harley, he'll just sit there just eating like mad, stuffing his face, can't stop. Where, when you're on on an animal-based diet, you get more satiety. But there can be differences in satiety and signaling between people. And that can be for a whole lot of reasons. Genetics, where they are at, some problem with their health. There can be a lot of factors, so it can be very complicated in that regard. So I always say to people, experiment a bit, see whether you need a bit more protein or whether you need a bit less protein. For women, it's going to be, at least, 10% difference between men, one way or another, 5 to 10%, depending on where you are at between men. So some women may be 25, some men may be 50, that's 5%. Others may be, at 20 and the other 35, which is 15%, difference. So there are going to be a lot of ranges in there in the percentages, but generally speaking, for men, in terms of their protein, it's 30 to 35, for women, 20 to 25. They seem to be the right spots, and then the rest is energy from whatever source, as long as you're not engaging the Randall cycle. So, and it's really playing around with that sort of stuff and seeing how you feel, because ultimately you're your own best critic or your own best judge. So yeah, I hope that helps. But good to hear, Daniel, that you're doing really well. Yep. Yeah, definitely. There was a guy that actually did a 5,000 calories of saturated fat. Some young bloke. Obviously, when you're young, you've got a high metabolic rate, and you can probably get away with more of that. And he did for a period. He's a British bloke. He's a young, he's because he's involved in the low carb community in Britain. And he did, I forget his name, but he actually did 5,000 calories. If you do, let me just quickly take a look, see if I can find him. Yeah. 1,000 calories a day. Yes, there are so many copycats nowadays. There he is. Yep. Smash the fat. That was basically it. So this is Sam Felton. So Sam Felton, and this is when he did. This was 6 years ago. I remember watching it back then when I was, in my low carb days, and because this is basically 3 years after my operation, my heart operation. So at that time, I was sort of transitioning from paleo to basically to low carb. And Sam was one of the people that I came across at the time, Feltman. And he basically, and it's Smash the Fat is basically his site. Actually, was subscribed to him. What happened there? Yeah. I'll resubscribe. Bloody hell, damn YouTube. And basically, he did this sort of challenge, 5,000, calories of, and he did basically one on high fat, and also did one on sugar as well. I think, yeah, and he actually showed the differences and all that, and the results that he was getting. So he did because he went over the threshold with sugar, he actually did start putting on some weight. So even though, because sugar does have a slightly more, as you said, that insulinogenic effect. There's more of an insulin effect. So if you basically are putting a lot of amounts, those small things start building up or start counting in a sense. So, yeah, quite interesting to go and see all that and sort of see what people have done before and stuff like that. Yes. Anyway, so we're probably getting close to the end in that regard. So taurine, do I use? Yeah. I've got. There, I've got my taurine supplementation. So yeah, I still use that. I vary. I don't have, let's say, I don't every day use taurine. I can look. Let me just backtrack. Sometimes I can like every day, and then other times I go, I've had quite a bit of meat this week, or quite a bit of meat for the day. I've probably got some taurine from the meat. I've got some of the precursors. I've probably synthesized a bit in my body. Do I need to take? Yeah, and give it a miss. When I get into my 60s, so in 6 years' time, when I'm in my 60s, I will definitely start taking it every day, and I'll probably go from 1 gram to 2 grams, And I've even seen with Dad sort of increasing his sort of getting more meat in there and getting, some of these sort of taurine and stuff like that, that his sort of sarcopenia receded, and he grew his muscles by 50%. He's sort of strengthened himself. He's sort of come back, and he's sort of tougher and stronger. So now he sort of constantly does this to the ladies. Fucking hell, old people. Can't control them, can you? So, yeah, shows off to the Greek ladies. But, yes, old men. Nah, definitely not. I'm a mainlander from the West Coast. Yes. Part of one of the old Doric tribes. So, Dorians, the Dorians were all the Peloponnese. Most of the people in the Peloponnese were Dorians, West Coast and all that. The Macedonian Greeks were also Dorians, part of the same tribe. So, and we know that because even when there was a war between the Macedonians and the Romans, the Roman historians accounted that basically a person from the 40 kilometers to the south of where I come from, he had gone. He was a Doric, sort of leader, and he had gone to the Spartans and told them that you should unite with the people that are from the same tribe, the Doric tribe. You should unite with them, with the Macedonians, and fight the Romans. And basically, the Spartans just told him to take a hike at the time because, for political reasons, they didn't like the Macedonians. Because they'd been pushing them around. They hadn't conquered them yet, but they'd been pushing the Spartans around. So they basically told him to take a hike. But that's how we know that all these these parts of Greece are part of that Doric tribe, and that's why we're from those areas, as I said before, very stoic. I'm probably more talkative than they are, so yeah, probably don't hold up to my traditions as much as I should. Where Islanders are much more, but they've intermixed with the other Greek tribes far more. If you go back, I mean, we don't view that now, but I can see when I go to different parts of Greece, I can see those variations, and I can see commonalities between certain parts of Greece and differences in other parts. And I know that their roots go right back to the ancient world, where you had these different tribal groups. You had the Achaeans, you had the Iolians, the Iolista, which was in the south of Macedonia. There's an area, Thessaly, and that they were great horsemen. And then you've got all the other parts, which were the sons of Hercules, who were the Doric tribes. And so that's a composition, but nobody views themselves in those terms today. We all sort of view ourselves as Greeks, but it was for a local there, when you're in the middle of it, you don't really notice it. But as a youngster going back to Greece from Australia, being born in Australia and going from a young, at the age of 12, in an impressionable age, I still did my high school, then came back at 18, back to Australia. And looking at that sort of world, I sort of noticed the differences. I really noticed the differences, the cultural differences and all that. Some areas they're quite different. You go to some areas and they're speaking dialects, old ancient Greek dialects, or using words. Even Mum's older sister used to use certain words that had origins in ancient Greek, and I used to go, "What the hell is she saying?" I couldn't understand her. So you've got these regional differences in some dialects and all that, and they can be quite, I mean, once you've lived there, you start knowing that word in ancient Greek meant that. So then it makes all sense, because the other parts of the sentence, and then they talk about some bloody object. Now, what is that object? Because you don't know what the word means. These are the dialect differences in other areas. And sometimes if people, sort of saying it really fast, you go, what the fuck are they saying? So, yeah. So I know that there are regional differences. The young people it's more the older people. The younger people, because they've gone through the schooling system and all that, and especially now, I mean, if you go to Greece now, a lot of the regional old words and dialects have more or less died out, a lot of them, which is unfortunate in one respect. And it's only amongst the older people you can still hear some of those words, where the younger, they just speak anywhere in Greece, sort of the modern Greek dialect, and they use, not only modern Greek, but also words that are basically have been, taken from other, from English or whatever, and turned into, given a Greek slant. So especially the technology words and stuff like that. So yes, for instance, when you go to a place, I'll say computer, for computers, but in Greek, it's actually pologistis, which is a calculating device. So yeah, that's how I was taught at school when I did. But now the modern Greeks, and you go, oh, you go, people use this, and they look at you funny, what, and then they sort of work it out. Oh, it means computer. So yeah, look, all languages get influenced, get changed, moved. So it's yes, but no, I don't come from the islands. The majority of the Greeks in Tasmania are islanders. 50% come from one specific island, Ipsos, and the rest come from a number of different islands. And the mainlanders are a very small minority. I think we constitute about 5 or 6% of the Greek population in Tasmania. So 90 odd percent are all islanders. So yes, but down deep, we're all Greeks, but we have our regional differences in that regard. I mean, so, and it makes it interesting, I mean, when we have certain events in the Greek community, the Cretans do their sort of some of their traditions and some of their traditional dances that other Greeks in other parts don't do, and vice versa. And so it, as Luke would say, creates a rich tapestry of Greekness. I think I've said enough about that. Thanks, mate. Okay, I don't want to hijack the conversation as I just got here, but I was wondering what you take would be the ideal breakfast, and there's another part down here. And one might, even well in ketosis ideal, one should hop on to the wagon, I suspect to say, and go for some protein and fat. Yet cortisol is up in the morning. This means, and that's exactly right. And that's why I don't eat in the morning, because cortisol is up. It comes down slowly about 10:30 to 11. And that's when I have my first meal, as I said earlier, 11 o'clock. And 6 hours after, which is 5 o'clock. That's my eating window as the sun comes down, especially in winter. So 6 hours in winter, and in summer, I extend it to 8 hours. So I'm very seasonal, and with the circadian rhythms, eat within sunlight, within light is the best time. And obviously, your cortisol level is at the lowest. At around, midday, which is perfect, so insulin is not an issue, problem is everybody wakes up and starts eating sugar. So spiking their insulin at the same time as cortisol's up, then they wonder why they're disranged and dysregulated and have all these health problems. Yes. So yeah, you definitely don't want to, the whole idea, the word breakfast means breaking of fast. That's sort of, it's the first meal. And if you look at all traditional societies, they go out, they'd hunt, they'd get an animal, they'd bring it back and all that. Peasants, I lived in Greece, and, my auntie, they used to get up, because we actually helped them out on the farm once, picking tobacco. And they got up in the morning and they would basically go pick tobacco, and then they would come back midday about 10-ish and all that, until they settled down and all that. They'd have their first meal at about 10:30, maybe 11. And then they'd have a bit of a snack, which was a sort of an afternoon snack and stuff like that, and a bit of coffee and stuff like that. And then in the the latter afternoon, they'd have a nice dinner, around a family dinner and all that. So that's how people lived, and it was all very sociable eating, not fast and all that, fast pace, sat back, easy, comfortable digestion and all that. And then the next day you'd be back down doing more work on the land. So traditional, basically, the way people lived, because there was no internal lighting, so people didn't have light. Once the sun went down, you went to bed, and then you woke up very early in the hours, when the sun hadn't come up yet and it was still cool. you'd walk down to basically the your piece of land, because all villages, so you leave the village, you go down to your plot of land, you work it until the early hours before it becomes too hot and you can't work, so yeah, so it's a very different life in that regard. And I've experienced a lot of things. I've experienced basically, with goats, my dad's side of the family, who are pastoralists living in the mountains. And so his sister, she, Arigiro was her name. She's passed away now, but she basically taught me a lot about, pastoralism and, how to basically, herd goats, how to milk goats. Yes, let's say I've had an interesting life in that regard. But getting back to what you were asking about and all that, I would basically, definitely have a much later in the day first meal. And I'd try and stick to 2 meals, maybe have a snack in the middle of the day, is ideal within 6 to 8 hours. I usually, for winter, 6 hours. In summer, I extend that to those additional hours to 7 o'clock, maybe 7:30 or 8, so I'll shift to probably 12 to 8. And so that's the sort of window I'll basically eat within. So I am seasonal in my approach, even when it comes to circadian sort of, regulation. And I think we were meant to basically consume a bit more and fatten up in the summer anyway. So it was part of that. So I'm more in sync with that, and you end up basically being in a better frame of mind and all that. So it's ultimately going to be better for all the regulation of your body. And whatever your diet you're on, really, whatever diet you're on, if you basically, these practices were not done merely by carnivores, they were done by pastoralists, they were done by people that ate carbohydrates, complex carbohydrates and other things. They had this sort of lifestyle, and they didn't need excess. They sort of they, like the Okinawans, 60-80% until you're full. Other populations consume more nutrient dense foods, like Scandinavians and people like that, and they became much taller, larger, because if you provide the body with more nutrients, obviously you're going to build bigger bodies. But if you basically are eating within those reasonable time slots, you're eating the right sort of foods and all that, and you're doing the right physical activity and all that, you will build more muscle and all that, rather than building fat around your belly, like a lot of our sedentary people that sit around in an office just snacking all the time, So there's the lifestyle component as well, we sometimes neglect within our community and generally in that regard. So yes, we need to keep that into account. And sometimes I have to remind myself as well, because I sometimes fall off the wagon as well in that regard. It's bad eating too much, more fat than protein, Harry. No, as I said, 1-to-1 for men, which basically translates, it's much easier to translate like that. Your fat should be everything else, and your protein should be between. You have to play around with that. I can't tell you, play around with about 30 to 35%. Find your sweet spot in terms of protein, and work out whether you do better with a bit. I tend to do better with 70% and 30%, when it comes to the protein mix. Some people that have got far more muscular sort of things seem to do better with a 35 protein and 65 fat. So, people like Sean Baker, people like that. So where you're at that, it usually, your muscle mass plays a bit of a role in that as well. So that's part of it as well, but you have to play around with it, and see how you feel. So I usually say, if you're a female and you're doing a lot of CrossFit and a lot of physical stuff and all that, you probably need about 25% rather than the 20% protein, so, and you'll do much better, and doing 75% fat in that regard. And then the sort of So the ratios are going to be like that. How many calories will depend on what your requirements are, physical activity, what you're doing, lifestyle generally, all that sort of stuff. And you will gauge that. And there are many calculators that you can actually put the details in and say, I'm doing this amount of physical work. How many for my size, for my age, how many calories do I need? So calorie counters. Now, obviously, calorie counters, they give you a rough idea. And then because remember, I've said it before, different fatty acids respond differently in the body. So certain types of fats like stearic acid and palmitate and all that, they actually, because of this reverse electron transport within the mitochondria, they actually constitute less basically calories. So something which is highly saturated, like coconut, let's forget about coconut because that medium that gets converted to ketone bodies. Okay, long chain fats. So things that have got a lot of stearic acid, a lot of the saturated fats, like cocoa. So basically, cocoa powder that's basically got very high levels of saturated fat. That basically has a calorie per gram of 5.5. Okay, so DHA, which you don't really burn, has got 9.3. And the seed oils have got 9.1, and that's why we use that 9 thing. It comes from because everybody's consuming seed oils. But the reality is, if you look at tallow, half of the tallow is monounsaturated MUFA, monounsaturated fats, and that also has high calories, like the PUFAs, like the omega-6s. So that's why when it comes to these sort of fats like tallow, lard and stuff like that, we still basically use that as a rough thing. But if you go for something like, cocoa butter, as an example, which is, highly saturated, then immediately that calorie level drops. So saturated fats have far less calories compared to the other fats. The only difference is that, even though everybody talks about saturated fats, the reality is that most foods are sort of mixed with basically polyunsaturated fats, monounsaturated fats, and all that. And it probably, with tallow, I've never calculated, probably averages out at about, somewhere, just slightly below 8 calories if you were to basically really break down every single amino acid, work out its caloric density of every single amino, and then calculate back from that. And also every single cut of meat is going to have slight variations, both also not only pastured, but also, so that's what becomes so complicated. That's why, it can drive you up the wall. That's why I usually say to people, just have 1 gram of fat, 1 gram of, of protein, from the stuff that the actual thing says, and put a bit of off cuts and all that, and work it yourself, and it's much easier. Because the reality is the sort of the calorie thing doesn't really work, because you've got also the metabolic, the hormonal sort of side. So there's a lot of nonsense about that. There is a lot of myth around the around the calories. The calories are just useful in a sense to basically give you an idea, a sort of a way to measure, but it's not a perfect way of measuring. That's what I'm trying to say. So, yeah. So basically, that's why you have to play around. I don't know what the source of meat you're getting. I don't know how fatty the cuts of meat you are. How more like traditional meat. If it's more like traditional meat, those fatty cut of meats, it usually is a 1-to-1. But if it's not those fatty cuts of meat, then it becomes really fucking complicated to work out what it is, from the actual food that you're consuming. Because at the end of the day, it has to come back to the food. It's not a calorie counter. It's really the food. And that's where it becomes a bit harder. So, yeah, play around and use some trimmings, and see how it works for you. And, and if it's not working perfectly, just, try 1 week with a certain amount of fat, then try another week with slightly less. See how you feel. Get a gauge, because sometimes, one day it won't tell you much. A couple of days you'll start getting a trend and go, I feel better with slightly more or slightly less, and you'll start gauging in your own mind exactly the sort of the composition that you feel better. So that's the best way of playing with it. Don't come to the Harry guru or the Sean Baker guru or any of these other gurus, because basically at the end of the day, it has to work for you. And there are going to be variations between people. And as I've said, genetic variations in the past and stuff like that. So you need to customize it for yourself and play around with the amount of protein and fat and see where you feel well, comfortable, Gusto. At the end of the day, you have to feel well. Nothing about pleasing me or for me to basically say, I feel great on this. What a fucking wank. At the end of the day, how do you feel, mate? That's what really counts. So you really have to sort of work out, how do I feel, and play around slightly with those ratios. So I said, it's that 1-to-1 is a general thing. It's not, divinely written in the scriptures of Harry that you must follow the 1-to-1 ratio. Okay. So that's just a general rule. And then you have to play around with what really works for you. So I hope that sort of gives you a bit of an idea, and for other people as well, that, you've got to take responsibility for your body. It belongs to you. It doesn't belong to me, and it doesn't belong to any other guru. It belongs to you. And you have to take responsibility for your body and play around. Use the knowledge that people like me, Bart, and other people can elucidate things and explain certain things, and then basically go around and play with these sort of things and see how you feel. And if you're not certain about something, come and ask me and say, well, Harry, what do you think about this? I've been having this isn't really, and I can then ask you quickly, show me just put in the description, sometimes I'll say to people, just send me an email and tell me exactly what you did in the past, so I can get an idea that maybe something is not working right, whether it's with the liver, the stomach, or stuff like that, to get an idea. It's always hard being somebody at this end of the camera to basically be able to diagnose anything. You can't. Even a doctor, when you go to a doctor, they can't diagnose you. They can get some idea by asking a certain amount of questions, but at the end of the day, they still need to do the test to work out, because there's a lot of similar symptomatology, or things seem to show a certain, that are very similar, but they could be completely different ailments. So yeah, very important to realize that as well. Keep that in mind. Could it be adding some carbs in the morning, or to be, it's probably the worst thing that you can do is add carbs in the morning. Nope. Nah. If you're going to add carbs, I'd be adding carbs later in the evening rather than the morning. What you want to be basically in the first, when you have the first meal, you want to basically start that with protein and fat, because that will basically, keep you in a real good state of satiety for many hours in the day, and you'll consume less calories. So, and in the evening, you can either, if you've got, I usually, it's one reason why I use a bit of milk and stuff like that. So I try to get some of my carbs from milk, and and it seems to work very nicely for me. So I sleep like a baby, probably too many hours sometimes. So so basically, that's the way I would approach it. Carbs are not they're not the demon of the underworld, no, but at the same time, they're not optimal. That's the only reason why I say, animal-based products are much better, because they're more optimal. For the caloric density, you get more bang for your bucks for your body. That's what I'm saying. But are carbs a devil incarnate? No, but they're not optimal in that regard. And they also have a tendency where you can overconsume them. So you can end up, hitting that threshold of energy requirement and engaging the Randall cycle. You're more likely, if you consume carbs, to end up doing that than if you're eating meat and fat. So you need to keep that in mind. But at the end of the day, as I said, your body, what you do with it is your business. Look, I wouldn't say that cortisol acts as a neurotoxin. No, that's a bit too much. It's probably not elevated chronically. Is probably not a good thing for the body. But and it's not only from food. It's not only from lack of sleep. It's not only from a lot of things that people do, stress, family issues and all that can raise stress levels and cortisol and stuff like that. So there can be a lot of reasons for cortisol. One quick hack to really hit cortisol, but this is the problem with this hack. If you consume high levels of sugar and you use this hack, you'll be raising, because when you raise insulin, you retain more fluids. When you retain more fluids because of higher insulin, you basically retain more electrolytes. And when you retain more electrolytes, you basically, end up causing blood pressure. So more salt doesn't work. But if you're low carbing and all that, one quick way of suppressing without any risk of this high blood pressure issue, in a low carb sort of state, you can suppress cortisol and uric acid with sodium, with salt. And humans in the past, when they were doing more low carbish, people never had refined carbohydrates or packaged foods in the past. They used to have real foods that do a lot of physical work, so they deplete most of that stuff, would end up as glycogen, some of the potatoes and some of that carbs that they had, because they were doing a lot of physical work. And basically the meat and all that was a structural material. So they were always, not getting, they didn't have a hyperpalatable, caloric dense diet in the past. And so they could have a bit here and there that wasn't an issue. And they could have more salt, because remember, there was no refrigeration, so everything was salted. So that was the only way of preserving things. People didn't have blood pressure back then. It's only the high insulin. Now that we've shifted to more processed carbohydrates, that's when salt becomes a problem, because when you have a lot of carbohydrates, you need to reduce the amount of electrolytes. There's a thing in that other one thing that I've done with Pim that will come out and explain that whole thing. So I won't get into it. I don't want to, because I'll annoy Pim too much if I start saying too much stuff. Anyway, I've said it before, but probably people have forgotten it. So, it'll be in the one that I've done with Pim in regards to high sugar diets and electrolytes and stuff like that. So that's where you can get into trouble with too much sodium. But if you're on a low carbohydrate type diet or whatever, and you up your sodium, not a problem. You'll suppress uric acid and you'll suppress cortisol. So, there's your solution. Yeah, exactly. And if you're doing a lot of physical work, then you can probably get away with a few carbs without having the deleterious effect of engaging the Randall cycle or high blood pressure or high insulin, because you're using that energy substrate before you can hit that, where you get resistance because you've got too much energy in the cell. So if you don't hit that threshold, then you can get away with that sort of stuff. You sort of have to play around and see how you feel and stuff like that. It can be complicated in that regard. Uberman sleeps may work short term, but sure isn't healthy. Several small naps won't give you enough continuous deep sleep. Precisely. Look, precisely. And yeah, I mean, I know Seam basically likes doing these sort of hacks, but I think sometimes people get too overwhelmed. I'm going, did our ancestors do all these fucking fasts? Yes, they did some out of necessity, But did they do all these other fucking biohacks or whatever? No, not really. So I think sometimes they can be very stressful and they can really just upset the whole balance within the body sometimes. So I think, I think that's why I've always said, look back to your traditions, look back at how people lived and stuff like that, how they practice a lot of things. And if you sort of emulate some of that sort of stuff, you notice your health basically sort of seems to come back to some normal, proper state. That's what I've found, and that's what a lot of people that chat with me have found as well. So I think that's a much better approach. We can overthink certain things in that regard. I track my sleep. I notice I feel awful if not enough deep sleep. Yep. Yeah, exactly. Affected by staying up late watching Harry, ruining my sleep cycle. Sorry, I'm a bad boy. Okay, I've punished myself. Yes. You keep. Yeah. Oh God. We Australians always get blamed by Kiwis. Damn typical. I have been bitriphasic sleep for a while. What the hell is bitriphasic sleeper? Never heard of that. Is that a new term? Is that doing different bouts of sleep through the night? Waking up, sleeping, waking up? No, I'm not. I've never really, honestly, I haven't heard of it. From all the science that I've looked at, when it comes to sleep, actually the best time to go to sleep, and I'm not kidding you, is basically between around about 10:30 to at most 11. But it seems like the sweet spot is 10:30. So, that sort of seems to be, and then waking up at about 6. So that's 7.5 hours, 6 or 6:30. That's 7.5 hours is sort of, that seems to be the sort of the optimal within the circadian sort of clock type thing. Because people used to basically, they would eat until and then the sun would go down, and then they would be around the campfire, sort of relaxing. Digestion gets turned off to a large extent. People sort of relax, and cortisol, because digestion, the last thing you want to be doing is eating at night, because you're pushing up cortisol, you're pushing up stress levels. You're basically trying to force the body to digest when it wants to go, get itself ready to go to sleep. Which is just wrong time. That's why we sort of don't get deep sleep, because we're all night digesting, so there's no fucking way to get to get deep sleep. So this is one reason why I can get deep sleep. I usually when I go to bed, I'm out in 5 minutes. That's how quick I am out. I mean, like everyone, if I have a lot of problems, issues with my partner, or basically some other issue with like dad or somebody sick in the family or whatever, and this is milling through my mind, I may have difficulty sleeping as well. That's normal human. But if that's happening every night, that's a problem. That is definitely a problem. So you really want deep sleep, guys. I do this sort of late sessions with I would have been, because it's 11:30 now, I would have been asleep by now. And I'm going straight to sleep after this. That's why I've got my blue blocking glasses as well. So I'm not doing much of a service for myself as well, for my melatonin as well production. Yes, I am. I am very careful. I have to be. Yes. Look, it basically, your kidneys, 75% of the energy consumption of of ATP consumption of your kidneys are involved with recycling uric acid and recycling sodium. That's what they primarily involve. So, the extra sodium, it's just, let's put it this way. It's a the extra sodium is really good for basically, bringing down that uric acid to sort of, because uric acid plays a role as an antioxidant, but very highly elevated can be a problem. Very low can be a problem. It's like everything has a right band. And when you've got proper electrolyte balance, the uric acid stays within a proper band. Where that is for each person, it will be slightly different depending on their genetics, their, a number of things. So when I'm talking about bringing it to normalized levels, I'm not talking about just suppressing it. You don't want to do that. But you don't want it too elevated either. You want it in a sweet spot. And for that to be in a sweet spot, you really ultimately need to have it within that sweet spot. You need to have the extra, because the problem is when you go low carb or keto or whatever, what happens is your insulin drops, and insulin basically is the thing that has water retention and also retains more sodium. So what happens is you lose the sodium. So you end up dumping sodium, uric acid goes up too high, and then basically you lose potassium out of the cell through the potassium sodium channel, and things start not going so well. You lose a lot of other electrolytes. I usually I don't basically supplement any electrolytes or any supplements. I just use more salt. And what the salt does is it keeps my other electrolytes at the normal level, at the proper level. I don't suffer with any funny sort of, my legs are hurting or this or that. I go out for long walks for 1 or 2 hours sometimes, so as long as I keep the sodium up in my diet, I don't have an issue. And as long as I keep the carbohydrates out of the system, I'm not going to basically have an issue either. And the only type, and I'll be honest, the only type of basically supplement that I actually get is Epsom salts, which I will basically I'll have at least once a month, I will basically get into a nice warm Epsom salt bath and just lie there and relax. That's about it, and sort of replenish some of that stuff. So, and dairy, because I consume quite a bit of dairy, raw dairy in particular, that's got plenty of potassium. It's got shitloads of potassium. So I don't really have and it's got calcium. And those key electrolytes are calcium, potassium, magnesium, and basically sodium, chloride, those sort of things. So that's the whole reason. So I get it from food directly. And if you check out some of my other previous videos, I actually tell people that they should be getting the level of potassium that is required is 1.5 per, and this is important, per the there are different arguments out there. You may hear some people say it should be 1.8. I disagree with them completely. It's safer to be lower potassium rather than higher. And you basically have to do it with the size. What is your weight? So what is the size of your body? What do you require? A big person, you need to feed humans like we feed animals, like the veterinaries use. They will base what they provide in terms of electrolytes, supplementation or whatever, based on the animal's size. A bigger human being needs more protein, needs more cholesterol, needs more than what I do because I'm much smaller in size, At 70 odd kilos, I'm much smaller. Somebody who's basically, much bigger than me, 100 kilos or more, has more nutrient requirements. It's just simple as that. Size, like a child has less nutrient requirements. These RDAs are just stupid. So basically, I do it on energetics. So 1.5 for every single calorie that you require. So you go to a calorie counter, you put your height, size, and all that, and you basically, for my body to maintain my body, what do I need? And then you find the amount, and then you times that with 1.5. And that's, so you basically go, there are so many calories. Those calories, let's say it's, 2,000. Let's say you need 2,000 calories times 1.5 is 3,000, milligrams of basically potassium. Mine is less. It's about 2,500 around there. So that's all I need. I don't need 4,700. That's ludicrous, So it's basically on the amount. So that's how, all that. So I probably went on a bit of a tangent, but all these are interconnected, So it's, and as most people that come to my channel know, that I usually nuance my stuff and discuss all these complex interactions and how things work. Yep, that is a potential thing, So if people think they can't get gout on a carnivore diet with a low sodium intake, they're basically kidding themselves. So, because they could have, there are people that are specific, have certain genotypes where they have issues in basically clearing out uric acid properly. And those people are more susceptible and probably need more sodium. And many of them tend to be Northern Europeans that have got those genetics. So, yes, there are genetic differences and potential things. So it's a far more complex. As I said, if you keep the sodium levels up, you'll keep all the other, you'll basically prevent at the actual membrane, or the cell membrane, the actual potassium sodium pump, if the gradient, and I think, if the gradient on the one side is slightly, is this equal or slightly stronger than the other side, the other stuff can't come out. The other stuff can go slightly in, but can't come out. So what happens is, you're not going to lose your potassium. So, but if you dump, because let's say you go low carb, your insulin drops, you're not getting enough sodium, you will dump electrolytes. We know that. It's the keto flu, we call it, So you basically need to keep those electrolytes, inside. And it's the reason why, when you go basically, you're dehydrated, and that means you've lost electrolytes. What is a doctor doing when they don't pump you with potassium, do they? Nope. Because they know too much potassium could potentially cause arrhythmia in your heart, and you could die. But you definitely need sodium, because sodium works for the signaling. So for the right electrical behavior of the heart and everything in your body, you need sodium. You need salt. Simple as that. We've just demonized salt because of high carbohydrate diets that raise insulin and raise blood pressure. But all the studies have shown that salt, even in high amounts of salt, you'll only increase blood pressure by 1 or 2, very little. So they've never been able to prove causation. It's just nonsense. Get more salt in your diet. Your body will love you for it. Okay. Back to this one. Okay. It's an advertisement. Amongst you guys. So what's Kitty doing? I take magnesium, glycinate, GABA before I go to sleep. Best sleep I've had in years. If you need it. But, try and, improve those elements in your diet so you don't need it. So, that's the other thing. So, but if you need it as a short-term, correction, yeah, do it. But never forget don't neglect sodium, because you want to keep these things in, like magnesium, potassium, and all that. Yep, you need that extra sodium. but keep the sugar down as well. Yes, I know. Bad boy. You'll try anything. Yeah, look, I don't. I don't use magnesium. You don't need as much magnesium on a carnivore diet. Most magnesium, large parts of magnesium actually get used by carbohydrates. So carbohydrates will tend to require higher levels of magnesium. But problem is a lot of our foods are magnesium depleted. And that's why I do that sort of Epsom salt once a month, where I just lie in there for quite some time and, suck it all up. And I do use that method. Everybody's got their own approach. Whatever works for you. I'll stick to my Epsom salt baths. I enjoy them far more, and my regular foods. Definitely. That's why when they put you on an IV, it's basically salt water. That's what it is. When you go into hospital or get into an ambulance, they stick an IV into you. It's salt water. All life was born in the sea. What are the highest concentrations of electrolytes in the sea? Sodium chloride, calcium. Where potassium, much lower. Much lower. Magnesium, a bit, but not much. The big ones are basically sodium chloride and calcium in the oceans. Yep. And when we neglect these three, we have issues in the way our, arteries work and all that. But we also need MK4, vitamin D, retinol. We need the fat-soluble vitamins that have a regulatory role on these things. So that's where we get it wrong, where we include a whole lot of supplements, but we don't basically include the important elements of the diet that basically utilize these things properly and regulate them. And so you don't need them in large amounts. I think a lot of people waste too much money on supplements, honestly. Look, if it's helping you, who am I to disagree with you? I know that some cases, if people are quite depleted in minerals, it sometimes helps. I would also get a colloidal mineral with trace minerals of different sorts. And I usually get one here, which is from King Island, and I occasionally will put it in my water. And I'll occasionally have that now and then, just to basically put certain trace minerals that our soil's now quite poor in. So it's not only the key electrolytes, but also some of the trace minerals. Yep. Look, whatever works for you. I'd probably use more magnesium than potassium in an electrolyte mix, to be honest, because magnesium, even though sometimes people get too much than what they really need, it doesn't seem to cause sodium. Salt or sodium and magnesium don't. Potassium can be an issue. You've got to be very careful. So I hope you're basically not overdoing the potassium side, because that can be risky for the heart. I would rather be under than over. Let me put it that way. What happened to the Swedish guy on Diet Doctor? Okay. Some Swedish guy, something happened, did it? I most likely have crushing, but also too much cortisol, which taxes my magnesium supply. Well, salt basically suppresses cortisol. It regulates within a good band uric acid, but also suppresses cortisol. So, I suspect, and this is magnesium helps a bit, but it doesn't help as much as sodium, as salt. The problem with salt, as I said before, if you're consuming too many carbs, and you've got this water retentiveness that insulin has this effect, you could get sort of higher blood pressure as a consequence. Not a lot from the sodium. You get a few points, but that could be the difference between feeling, how you feel. So, so basically need to keep that in mind at the same time. But I would definitely, up my sodium levels definitely, especially for cortisol. This is the whole reason why a lot of people on a keto diet or carnivore diets, or that get cortisol levels rising, is because not enough sodium. It's simple as that. Sodium suppresses cortisol and moderates the level of uric acid. And there's science going way back into the 60s and even earlier. So it's not new science. So keep that in mind. Yep, low carb down under. Yep, that is a really good. Actually, back a year after my operation, which was in 2011, I sort of came across the ancestral health sort of community symposium, and also eventually with low carb down under and all these sort of things. And it's really these sort of sites that I acquired a lot of my knowledge, and then the studies that they put up and showed on a lot of these, some of these academics and that were doing that sort of stuff, then I had somewhere to go and search and get a lot of information and get more deeper understanding of these things from the only stuff that they were showing, presenting. So definitely. You want to learn more? Definitely go to that. Subscribe to low carb down under. I do, and I love the channel as well. Yep. Good. Don't. Yeah, they have great presenters. Yep, that's true. It definitely is. Yes, told me that salt is bad. Yes, I know. A lot of them do. Unfortunately, yes. It's the crazy world we live in. They definitely do need. I'm trying to think. Remember the guy that actually did the salt fix, Antonio de. Let me just. James Latino. Deliconatonio. So he was the guy that actually did the book on the salt fix, and showed all the nonsense and BS that's out there in regards to sodium. So yeah, it's crap. It's crap. At the most, you may get one, if two, increases. I mean, if you just look at populations like the South Koreans and the Japanese, they have very low levels of blood pressure, and they eat shitloads of sodium. All their fish products and stuff like that, kimchi and all these things these fermented foods that they make are just they have some of the highest consumptions of salt in the world still, and they're the longest lived people. So it's just crazy. Low sodium increases cortisol. Low sodium increases all those sort of, it overtaxes your adrenaline. All these people with adrenaline fatigue, it's sodium, lack of sodium. That's what it is. I mean, norepinephrine, all these, you've got all these hormones going crazy. It's madness. All it is just low sodium. Just because basically in the 50s and onwards, we started using refrigerators and we didn't salt our food anymore because we didn't have and we didn't have to salt our food. We could just put it in the fridge. We forgot to understand that we've had a close relationship with salt for years. I mean, the Roman soldiers were paid in salt. That's how valuable it was. People knew the value of salt. That's the problem. We've sort of lost that. We've sort of bastardized the science, and because we created an environment where we created, because 1 gram of glucose in the blood increases water retention because of the insulin effect by 3.5 times. So the whole reason for blood pressure is, and the reason why people have edema and they swell in the knees and stuff like that and around their body is pretty much because of a whole lot of water retention. And that water retention happens because of high insulin. You drop your insulin. What do you do when you go on a low carb diet and you drop your insulin? You drop a whole lot of kilo weight. And what is that mostly in the beginning? Water weight. And your blood pressure comes down as well, even though you're upping your sodium. It's not complex. It's simple stuff. We're just consuming far too many calories in terms of carbohydrates, and we're having too much insulin issues. We need to bring insulin down. It's not the salt. And because we're increasing our insulin, increasing our stress levels, increasing our blood pressure, and then we blame the salt, which would actually keep cortisol down and all these sort of stress hormones down. So, yeah, we've got it back to front. And that's our problem. If we went back to a diet which was rich in salt, you were getting basically 10 to 12 grams of salt a day, which would bring you into around 5 to 6, grams of sodium, because it's about, half-ish. Then basically you would be in that sweet spot. There are studies, and James actually shows that curve. The people that in the 5 to 6 live the longest. The people who have much higher levels than that, and I mean massively higher than that, they only when they get further out here in the real massive levels do they basically notice deleterious effects. But these other people here, the curve is like that, going up here, coming down and all that. So the people that have got very low sodium, their death rate is much higher. Their all-cause mortality. So where do you want to be? So do not fear salt. Salt is your friend. The electricity in your body requires sodium. That electrical charge that is in your endothelial cells, in your blood, vessels, that requires sodium to work properly. So your heart needs to function properly with salt. Look at mine, for instance. After 10 years, basically, I've got no scarring, zero. When I did my previous scan in January, zero scarring in my heart. No scarring whatsoever. And blood perfusion through the bypass, completely clear. Not an issue whatsoever. And I have heaps of sodium, heaps of salt. Not an issue. It's BS. It's crazy the way they say this, and then you go to the hospital. And what they stick you with an IV, and multiple IVs sometimes, and put as much sodium as they can into your bloodstream. So for them to put the IV to fix is fine, but for you to eat it is wrong. Don't you see the contradiction? How weird that is? I actually said that to my doctor once, and he actually looked at me puzzled, absolutely puzzled. I think he realized at that moment we got something wrong here, but he didn't know exactly how to, because it really went against the whole paradigm. How do I respond to Harry? So he was in a daze, and I realized, I go, fuck me. That's what I realized. That was sort of my God Almighty. Yes. I have some moments with people, especially in the medical profession. Fuck me. I just fixed a great coffee. Two raw yolks, pinch of pink salt, and a bit of stevia, heavy cream. Oh, this is bloody hell. Grass-fed butter, blended it like a bit of a foamy bit of heaven. So good. Gluttonous. God Almighty! Some of my subs, they have this gluttonous lifestyle. I pushed the cow out of the way to lick the salt block. Nice one. Luke, we need a new one with take off the blinkers, basically pushing a cow aside and licking a salt block. That's a new one for you, mate. Yes, definitely. G'day, Rod. How are you, mate? Yes, it sounds good. We got to maintain a bit of humour. We'll go start raving mad otherwise. No, you're time restricted feeding, Luke. But you're not fasting. Don't let if Bart hears that, he'll have you doing more push-ups. Do you realise that? Don't. Yes. See you, mate. Yeah, I bet it's 12 o'clock here, so it must be 2 where you are, you bad boy. Good night, mate. Yeah, it's great. I'm really wrapped. I mentioned it to Bart as well. We had a bit of a chat. So yeah, very happy about it. Yeah, look, everything's working on the up and up in that regard. Slowly but surely. I'm still fixing things. I've still got a bit of weight to lose as well. That's happening this year. I'm going to really try and put a bit of a more effort and get rid of some of my indiscretions. So, it's much easier in winter, especially this winter, because I'm not going to be going out and interacting with too many people because of the isolation element. So it's going to be much easier. Yeah, look, some people just are. But at the same time, is there certain underlying issues that are making you like that? Has your gut healed properly? Has your stomach healed properly? Could be other elements at play. Oops. Anyway, I better get to bed as well. So I'll cycle through these and just quickly, if there's something really quickly. So we're basically at the end. Look, guys, it's 4 hours. I was planning to do 3. It ended up being 4. Anyway, take care. Appreciate you all being here. And hopefully we'll see some of you guys tomorrow. So that's 10:30, which is basically in 10.5 hours from now. So in 10.5 hours, I'll be online again. So I better get to sleep so I can get up and do that one as well. So you're welcome. Thanks for being here. Yes, do not fear the salt. You're welcome, mate. Appreciate all your support. Take care. Good night, guys. And I will see you in 10.5 hours, whoever's still awake in that regard. See you guys.